Chapter 637. The demon commander back on Elon. Noah sat near the compound meditating. His chest rose and fell with a certain rhythm. He became one with the blowing wind around him. Noah allowed no guards in the guardian when he meditated. Thus, only the withered trees and flower plants accompanied him. Once in a while, a few snowy flakes gently danced down, swaying in the wind. Whenever a snowflake hit the compound, Noah's eyes would twitch. While Noah was meditating, Yasmin Winston entered the garden. Unlike when she met Ghost, she was in light blue robes void of any armor pieces. She slowly walked towards Noah on the paved pathway. Her sword dangled around her waist every time she took a step. Noah's ear twitched. "My dear cousin," Yasmin said with a playful tone. Thanks to Yasmin, Noah's 2 days of meditation finally came to a halt. He slowly opened his eyes. The clear pond and the red maple tree on the other side was a magnificent view in Noah's mind. In his 2 decades of life, he meditated in several places. Some of these places were dreams for a rogue cultivator. But to Noah, the garden created by his mother was the best place to meditate. It had certain tranquility the other places lacked. Yasmin, Noah looked over his shoulder to see his cousin standing a couple of meters behind him. "So this is what you do in your free time?" asked Yasmin. "Meditation is just as important as cultivation. A calm mind is a weapon of itself." Noah turned around. His eyes were just as calm as the pond behind him. Unknowing to Noah himself, he radiated a powerful aura. Normal cultivators failed to sense this aura, but Yasmin did. It would have been a surprise if she failed to sense it. After all, she was created by one of the elders in Sky Hall. Noah and his family were completely oblivious to the fact Yasmin was a clone. The elders created Yasmin with one objective in their minds: monitor Noah Winston and report everything back to the Sky Hall. Despite being a clone, Yasmin inherited all the memories and habits of the Bodis owner, the real Yasmin Watson. "Where is everyone?" asked Noah. He looked around for a moment, climbing down the steps of the elevated platform he was meditating on. Inside, discussing the war as usual. "Are you going with your father to the front lines?" Yasmin asked nonchalantly. Instead of giving her an answer, Noah walked through the withered plants resulting from the upcoming winter. Usually by this time, the garden would be filled with chirping birds, squirrels, and beautiful flowers that danced with the wind. However, the cold winter breeze changed the scenery. "War should be our last resort. It's a pity Duke Avon is so desperate for it. One man's ego is going to destroy so many lives," Noah sighed. His heart ached thinking of all the destruction and deaths a war would bring. When the vampire clan was out there lusting for their blood, humankind and all the races should be united. Yet they were all ignorant and fighting among themselves. Although Noah hated wars, he knew some of them were just inevitable, just like the one between Icefair and Flamefair. Due to Alicia's family, Noah's family had to side with Duke Marvin, the Duke of Pentown, in the upcoming war. Thinking about the war, Noah wished he was at the fusion stage. If he was, he could have stopped the war once and for all. Only because of his search for the Dark Lord killing arrows made by Mazeroth founders did he not get enough time to cultivate. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. It had been 2 months since Noah had any breakthroughs in his cultivation. He was stuck in the core strengthening stage level 8 and couldn't reach the next level. For a normal cultivator, going without having a breakthrough for a couple of months was nothing. They only leveled up once a year or so. But for Noah, it was strange, very strange. Obviously, the Sky Hall noticed Noah's cultivation being halted. So they sent Yasmin to fix the situation. After all, if Noah wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to fight the Dark Lord. And if he didn't, they couldn't get rid of the Dark Lord and control the last man standing. "I need your help with something, Noah," asked Yasmin while following Noah. "What is it?" asked Noah. "In my travel with my mentor, I stumbled upon a pocket dimension filled with treasures, rare artifacts, and valuables. Apparently, it was left behind by a half-immortal. You want me to come with you?" Noah halted his steps. When he turned around, Yasmin nodded. "I know it's sudden, but I really need something in there. If you could help me find it, you can have anything you find there. Since you are my cousin, I won't ask for a share. How about it? Yasmin winked at Noah. Suppose someone else asked him to venture into an unknown pocket dimension. Noah would have outright rejected them. Furthermore, he would have become suspicious. However, Noah didn't even blink an eye when Yasmin asked him for help. Why? Because Noah trusted his family. For him, his family was everything. Never in a million years would he doubt his family. Yasmin Watson might be his cousin, but she was no different than his little sister Sabrina. He loved them both the same. So when she asked his help, Noah agreed right away without even considering the dangers of venturing into a pocket dimension left by a half-immortal. Even an oblivious man could tell the pocket dimension would be riddled with traps and dangerous. After all, cultivators hardly left behind their stuff with no protection. Where is this pocket dimension? Asked Noah. With a grin, Yasmin flicked her wrist as a gold ring materialized on her palm. This ring would open a portal to the pocket dimension anywhere. Toss the ring, and boom, instant portal straight to the destination. This is a rare portal ring. The pocket dimension must be ancient. Shouldn't we get more people with us? Noah creased his brows. He had heard about the portal rings from Andreas, but this was the first time he had seen one with his eyes. When Yasmin heard his question, her heart skipped a beat. Her master ordered her to bring Noah alone to the dimension. The Skyhall elders wanted Noah to get the items left for him. If they brought others, they might get them before Noah. Even if Noah got them first, the chances of Noah sharing those gifts with others were significantly high. And share what we find with others? Hell no. Where is my cousin, you chicken? Yasmin punched Noah in the shoulder. Yasmin hid her true intention behind a playful chuckle. Unfortunately, due to Noah's weakness in the family, he couldn't see through her. This chapter upload first at novelbin.net. Will you at least let me say goodbye to father and mother, or should I run behind you into the pocket dimension? Noah rolled his eyes. You have 5 minutes. Yasmin raised her hand, showing 5 fingers. But what about Norvin? He can help us locate treasures. As a golden Babaru, Norvin possessed a special ability to locate treasures. Ever since Noah picked up Norvin from the forest surrounding Royal Land, the golden Babaru helped him find countless treasures. In other words, Norvin played a huge role in Noah's heaven-defying cultivation speed. Additionally, Norvin could also locate hidden traps and defense arrays. Noah knew these abilities could come in real handy once they were inside the pocket dimension. Allow him. Suddenly, Yasmin heard her master Devdin's voice in her head. The elf was watching Noah through Yasmin's eyes. What the heck? Bring him. Yasmin nodded as though it was her decision. Noah nodded back and headed towards the mansion, leaving Yasmin behind. Seeing Noah, several maids bowed and greeted him with a smile. Noah nodded back at them, eventually reaching the main hall, where he saw several people gathered around his father. Except for his mother, everyone was in their battle armor. The warriors were divided by their armor colors. One group led by an old man wore icy white armor. They were combined of the Ice Fair's Duke Declan's men and House Bellafort's men. House Winston's soldiers were adorned in pale blue armor among the other two. At the same time, Duke Marvin's men wore emerald green armor. When the soldiers saw Noah, everyone stopped their murmurings. Silence fell over them. But the silence was short-lived as the old man greeted Noah with a wide grin. There he is, my grandson-in-law. The old man's voice was full of life. His neatly combed, ashen hair was tied into a ponytail. Compared to Ethan, who was a muscular man who could destroy a tree with his hands, the old man was skin and bones. An oblivious man wouldn't even spare a second glance at the old man. But his reputation was a stark contrast to his appearance. The old man's friends and family called him Xavier, but his enemies called him the demon. He was the reason no one dared to wage war against Icefair. Even the so-called sword masters of Aragoth feared to battle Xavier one-on-one. The old man was an unstoppable killing machine. One could count the warriors who could fight the old man head-to-head with swords with one hand. In his early years, Xavier fought Maxim Barnes, who was a sword master then, and came close to defeating him. Although the battle ended in a draw, Maxim still had a tinge of fear for the old man in his heart. Even to this date, many sects and academies taught their disciples about Xavier and his sword mastery. Grandpa, Noah greeted Xavier with a grin. The old man embraced Noah in a tight hug. Despite his thin stature, Noah felt like he was being crushed by two boulders. Seeing their commander loosening up, the soldiers looked a little bit relieved. You look a bit exhausted. Are you eating well? It seems my granddaughter is failing at her duties as your fiancé. Xavier turned his gaze toward Alicia. She looked a bit flustered, but she quickly managed to throw a cold glare at her grandfather. Even though the old man was feared across Elon, he was just a doting grandfather to Alicia. Many under Xavier's command still couldn't believe there was a playful side to their demon commander. He is worried that he's stuck at the core strengthening stage. Norvin leaped onto Noah's shoulder out of nowhere. That's it. These old bones are stuck at the soul refining stage for years. I'd be happy if you were stuck at the core strengthening stage for a couple of more years. I cannot let a youngster outrun me. I have a reputation to protect after all. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 638. They stole Ghost's shipment. Few hours before the Aqua auction final day, inside a dimly lit room, a man was tied to a chair and beaten to a pulp. The man's face was bloody and swallowed beyond recognition. Several cuts riddled his body. Anyone with eyes could tell the man was tortured mercilessly. Slowly the man's eyes closed. Looking at the man's head falling down, a man walked out of the shadows. He was tall, muscular, and had messy brown hair. Lord Malin. The man turned his head to see a guard entering the room. Lord Ricky is on his way here, the soldier said. There was a tinge of panic in his voice. Shit, Lord Malin cussed. He wanted to heal the man in the chair so he could make him feel the pain once more. How did he know this soon? Lord Malin questioned himself. House Bradley had been escorting Ghost's shipment for a year now, and they had never faced a problem until now. The entire shipment was stolen by masked men when the carriage containing the potions and pills were traveling through the forests surrounding Kethin. A group of highly trained masked men ambushed House Bradley and Rainshade Merchant Guild guards and stole everything inside the carriage. Although the masked men managed to kill many guards and escape with the shipment, the guards caught one of the masked men. That unlucky fellow was the one in the chair, getting tortured by Malin himself. As Lord Malin was thinking about how Ricky, the right-hand man of Ghost, learned about the ambush, Ricky entered the dark room with a couple of guards of his own. As usual, they all dressed in complete black, just like their Lord Ghost. Lord Ricky. Due to Ricky's appointment as a minister and his status as Ghost's right-hand man, everyone started to call him Lord Ricky. When Ricky entered the room, he noticed Malin standing there with no shirt to cover his upper body. He was stained in blood. Judging by the man tied to the chair, Ricky could tell where the blood came from. Even if the blood came from Lord Malin himself, Ricky wouldn't give a damn. He was super pissed and on the verge of killing everyone in the room. He wasn't the same gate guard Ricky anymore. After being Ghost's right-hand man and managing his affairs for a long time, Ricky became more dominant and less merciful. Tell me he is one of the men who stole the shipment, asked Ricky. His voice was cold. Killing intent radiated out of every pore in his body. No matter what it takes, he must get back the shipment and fix the situation. That was the only way to escape the wrath of Sister Elia. Yes, Lord Malin nodded. A year ago, Lord Milana wouldn't have spared a second look at a commoner such as Ricky. He was a lord of a noble family and a core-strengthening stage warrior. Now he had no choice but to show respect to Ricky. Did he tell you who stole the shipment? Asked Ricky. Fortunately, Malin received an answer from the thief after hours of torture. Ricky creased his brows as immense killing intent made the temperature in the room drop by a few degrees. Who? Asked Ricky. Duke Avon. He ordered his men to rob the supplies. They are planning to use the healing potions for themselves. For a moment, Ricky was stunned. But after thinking about where the shipment was going, everything made sense. A few days ago, Lord Ethan from House Winston bought all the healing potions in preparation for the upcoming war against Flamefair. Since Lord Ethan had a good relationship with Master Ghost, Ricky sold all the healing potions along with several other products to Lord Ethan. Ricky gave his word to Lord Ethan that everything would reach his manor in 2 days. Now that the shipment had been stolen, Ricky was enraged. Ricky turned his cold gaze to the man in the chair. Looking at his frail state, Ricky flicked his wrist as a healing potion materialized in his hand. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novelnext.com to experience faster update speed. Lift his head, Ricky ordered his men. While Lord Malin and his guards were staying behind, Ricky's men lifted up the thief's head. Ricky slowly opened the thief's mouth, pouring the healing potion into it. In a couple of seconds, Ricky emptied every single drop of the healing potion into his mouth. Lord Malin furrowed his brows. He couldn't help wondering what the heck Ricky was doing. He just wasted 15,000 gold coins worth of healing potion on a thief. Where am it? The thief mumbled. Am I dead? The thief was tortured to the point he doubted his reality itself. When his vision cleared, the thief's eyes went wide. Finally, he realized where he was and what he was doing. Not yet, Ricky answered the thief with eyes full of murderous intent. Did Duke Avon order you to steal the shipment? The thief did not answer. Silence occupied the room for a moment. Let me rephrase my question. Did Duke Avon order you to steal the shipment belonging to Master Ghost? The thief trembled, hearing Ricky's cold voice. Ricky's eyes turned predatory. If a gaze could kill a person, the thief would have died by now. The thief recalled what happened to him an hour ago. Every cut, bruise, and punch brought upon him made him shiver. The thief did not want to go through that ever again. To be honest, the thief would rather die than get tortured again. Yes he did, it's the truth, I swear. The thief screamed. Please let me go. The thief's voice was cut short as Ricky plunged a dagger through the thief's throat. Lord Malin was stunned. He did not even see when Ricky unsheathed his dagger. In a blink of an eye, Ricky ended the thief's life. Blood spurted out of the wound. The thief frantically twitched until his body slowly came to a stop. Ricky pulled out the dagger and cleaned the blood off of his sleeves. Such a mess, Ricky spat. He rubbed his temples. It brought Ricky a headache. Now he had to send another shipment to Lord Ethan. Moreover, he would have to answer Master Ghost and Sister Elia. The latter made him tremble in fear. How could you let this happen, Lord Malin? We cannot go ask for the shipment from Duke Avon. It's our word against his. Ricky exhaled deeply. Sometimes Ricky wished they sent the products in a space ring. That way, they didn't have to rely on escorts and protection. Sending everything in a space ring would be quicker, easier, and more secure. Unfortunately, Ricky knew Master Ghost strictly ordered them not to. Unlike gold coins, the potions and pills put inside a space ring would gradually lose their quality. The other alchemists didn't care about losing 1 or 2% purity. They preferred to send their products stored in a space ring. However, Michael valued quality over everything. He promoted his pills and potions by saying they are 90% pure. He charged the customers for 90% pure products, not for 89 or 88. Michael wouldn't tolerate even a 1% loss in purity. That was why Michael chartered Lord Malin's family to escort the carriages transporting his products despite the drawbacks, such as being vulnerable to ambushes. Lord Malin sighed. He was simply unable to express his bitterness on what had transpired. He lost several good men in the ambush, but couldn't care less about them right now. Instead, he was more worried about meeting Ghost. We have to try. We have to try before Master Ghost returns from our... Lord Malin said. I will use everything at my disposal and get to the bottom of it, Lord Malin vowed. You do that. But I have to inform sect leader Claire. Lord Malin panicked. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. Why? Just give me some time. Hiding this from her will only make this worse, Lord Malin. I know Master Ghost and Sister Elia. Trust me, it's better that way. Judging by Ricky's tone, Lord Malin knew there was no point arguing with Ricky. At that moment, Lord Malin wanted nothing more than Duke Avon's head. If he wanted, he could have purchased those pills and potions for gold coins. There was no need for him to steal the shipment. Fortunately, I have a second batch of shipment ready. I will personally deliver that to Lord Ethan. I will come with you, Lord Malin quickly said. No. I insist. Lord Malin cut Ricky's sentence short. Seeing no harm in bringing Lord Malin with him, Ricky sighed, nodding his head. Lord Malin, what should we do with the body? Asked one of Lord Malin's guards. Cut his head and send it to Duke Avon. Before Lord Malin could give an answer to his guard, Ricky answered the guard. If I was him, I would die in the war. Because once Sister Elia learns what he did, she will make him wish he was dead, Ricky said before walking out of the room with Lord Malin. Back in the dark forest, Azazel saw everything that had transpired. He saw everything from how Lord Malin furiously tortured the thief to Ricky ordering the guard to cut the thief's head. A while later, Azazel slightly moved his head to see a red-haired man in his early 40s. The scar from his left eye to his upper lip gave him a villainous look. Looking at crates filled with healing potions, the man smirked. Duke Avon. Azazel coldly uttered the name. The man was the Duke of Flamefair, Avon Gilks. You're a dead man, Azazel said. Although Lord Ethan ordered and paid for the shipment, it belonged to Ghost until the shipment was delivered to the client. That was how Michael treated his business. By attacking the carriage and stealing the shipment, Duke Avon practically attacked Ghost. So the Duke had to pay for what he did. My lord. Azazel contacted Michael through the telepathic link between them. Azazel heard Michael's voice in his head. My lord, one of our shipments were attacked and stolen. For a few moments, Azazel received no response from Michael. Ooh. Azazel felt a chill running down his spine when he heard Michael's murderous voice. Duke Avon, the Duke of Flamefair, said Azazel. Chapter 639. New Elder Vampire. After leaving Fabia's laboratory, Saber headed straight to the main hall, where the other Elder Vampires were waiting for him. Among the 10 seats around the stone table, only 3 seats were taken. Trista, Lenora, and Ingram welcomed Saber with a nod. Saber slowly pulled his stone chair back. The chair made a creaking noise. Read Chapter 474 to refresh your memories about the vampires. Have you found Haken's killer? Asked Lenora. Ingram and Trista turned their gazes to Saber. Not yet, Saber simply shrugged. He didn't share the letter he received from Harriet when he was in R. Elder Ingram, you wanted to talk about something. Saber ingrained the 2 lady vampires and turned his gaze to the oldest elder vampire among them, Ingram. How prepared are we to face the Dark Lord? Ingram asked. He was always the quiet one, but when he asked this question, there was gravity in his voice. Why are you asking this so suddenly, Elder Ingram? Trista asked. Among all the vampires, they only called Ingram Elder due to his age and power. To this date, the vampires didn't know Ingram's cultivation stage. He kept his powers well hidden. Because of that, Ingram was the most feared and respected. Haven't you heard what happened to the Holy Church in the Royal Land? Lenora quickly asked Trista. Of course I heard about that. My question is, what does that have to do with us? If you ask me, the destruction of the Holy Church works in our favor, said Lenora. It has everything to do with us. The Dark Lord is hunting down everyone he deems evil. I think we qualify to be called evil all the way, chuckled Trista. Elder Ingram. Unlike Lenora and Trista, Saber didn't take the threat of the Dark Lord lightly. According to what I heard, we aren't strong enough to fight the Dark Lord. If he decides to hunt us down, we will have a problem, said Saber. Silence fell over them for a few moments. We may have to call upon all the elders, at least those who are alive, Ingram calmly said. His words shocked everyone. Why? Because it had been almost 100 years since all the 10 elders gathered in one place. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novelnext.com to experience faster update speed. Elder Ingram, are you thinking of waking up a Blood Prince? The word sent shivers down Trista and Lenora's spines. The Blood Prince was one of the ancient vampires. They were the first creations of the Vampire Lord. However, due to their violent nature and long lifespan, the Blood Princes entered a state of slumber thousands of years ago. No one knew how many Blood Princes were in this world. Their records were lost in time. For now, the elders had access to one Blood Prince. Only through a special ritual could they wake up a Blood Prince. But waking up a Blood Prince had several drawbacks. One of them was that the elders would have to listen to the Blood Prince until the Blood Prince entered the slumber state. Simply put, they would take over the Deathless clan. Ingram nodded. But Trista's words were cut short when Ingram raised his hand. I saw the Dark Lord slaughter the Holy Guards. It wasn't a battle, as the mortals claim. It was a one-sided massacre. He killed several soul refiners within a snap of time. In my eyes, he wasn't even using a fraction of his true power. The word startled Trista and Lenora. In the night, they all could reach the fusion stage level 8. That was their base cultivation power. Coupled with immunity to spell attacks, regeneration, and inhuman speed, the vampires turned into a terrifying force of nature. A typical fusion stage cultivator would not be able to defeat the elder vampires. Unless one had a primordial flame, defeating an elder vampire was nearly impossible. We are not prepared to face him. That's the truth. Ingram's gaze swept across the other three. Waking up a blood prince may be our only way to end the threat before it ends us all, said Ingram. His voice sounded more grave than usual. Elder Ingram, we have to think this through before we act. Waking up a blood prince isn't that simple. He or she would take over the clan. They would order us around. And think about our current state. The entire world knows we exist. What if the blood prince decides we are not capable of leading the clan and choose new elders? Lenora panicked. Her words had some merit. Saber knew this. To be honest, even he wasn't entirely on board with waking up a blood prince. As far as he was concerned, waking up a blood prince had more drawbacks than benefits. However, if Elder Ingram decides to wake up a blood prince, they would have no choice but to follow him. Forget about the blood prince. If they disagreed with him, Saber knew Ingram would kill them all and replace them with new elders. Unlike Trista and Lenora, Saber witnessed Ingram slaughter a group of vampires mercilessly in the Azer continent almost 100 years ago. They were all elder vampires created by Ingram himself. Although they possessed the title of elders, they were all inferior to the elders at the Round Table. Those elder vampires were tasked to eliminate all the kings and queens in Azer at that time. To their bad luck, they failed, almost exposing the vampires in the process. As a result, Ingram slaughtered every single elder vampire without a shred of mercy. Despite his calm composure, Saber knew how cruel Ingram really was. The entire Deathless clan thought Saber was the most terrifying, but Saber himself was terrified of Ingram. Even if Trista, Lenora, and he teamed up, they would stand no chance against Ingram. Hence, Saber didn't want to go against Ingram's wishes. I lived longer than the three of you combined. I know a threat to us when I see one. The Dark Lord is a threat. Don't make me repeat my words. Ingram creased his brows. The room became colder to the point that they could all see their breath escaping their noses. His eyes glimmered with intense killing lust. We will do as you wish, Elder Ingram, Saber quickly exclaimed before the situation escalated further. But we have one tiny problem. We only have 9 elders, said Trista. No, we have 10, said Saber. But except for Ingram, the other vampires didn't have a clue about the 10th vampire. Saber just clapped as the open space in the table's center slowly opened as a figure emerged from the ground. Upon seeing the elders, the figure dropped to one knee and removed his cloak. I turned him, and if we all agree, he can be an elder at the table, said Saber. Trista and Lenora stared at the red-haired human for a few seconds. This chapter upload first at Novelbin.net. Why do I have the feeling I saw him somewhere before? Trista rubbed her chin. Wait a minute. Lenora recognized the scar on his face. Then she had a light of realization. You're the Duke of Flamefair, exclaimed Lenora. She was surprised, and it was visible in her tone. As Trista heard Lenora, her eyes went wide. She wondered when Saber managed to pull a Duke to the dark side. Duke Avon Jilks, raise your head, Saber ordered as Duke Avon lifted his head to look at the elder vampires before him. Although Avon looked calm, his heart was pounding. A few months ago, Avon didn't even know the vampires existed. But thanks to Fabia Viridius, whom Avon knew as the Black One, he was able to meet Saber. To his astonishment, Saber offered him the chance to become one of them. A typical man would have freaked out or outright rejected the offer, but Avon was no such man. He lusted for power more than anything. That was the reason why Avon allowed Fabia to open secret dungeons to experiment on the cultivators in the first place. With Saber behind him, Avon went to open war against not one but 2 duchies at the same time. Not only that, but he also ordered his men to steal Ghost's potion and pill shipment. Even the kings and queens of Elon dared not to go against Ghost, but to Avon, Ghost was just a mortal he could kill in a snap. After all, Saber granted him all the powers of a greater vampire. From what he had seen, no mortal, whether they were prodigies or freaks of nature, stood no chance against a vampire. "Why did you choose him?" asked Lenora. "Isn't it obvious? He is a duke." Trista rolled her eyes. "But not only that, he was helping my servant for quite some time. This is just me rewarding his diligent support for us," said Saber. "If we made him the elder, he would win the war against the Pentown and Ice Fair. We can control the entire kingdom of Kethin in a few months," explained Saber. Trist and Lenora turned their gazes toward Ingram. After experiencing the cold killing intent from Ingram, they did not want to cross him again. Besides, Saber was right. Controlling the Duke meant controlling his duchy. Once they could control the 3 duchies, the entire kingdom would soon be their hunting ground. They could hunt, recruit more subordinates, spread their influence, and much more. Simply put, the possibilities were endless. After contemplating for a few moments, Trista and Lenora nodded, agreeing to turn Avon into an elder. I, Lenora Beatrix, agreed to turn Avon Jilks into an elder of the Deathless clan. I, Trista Nevada, agreed to turn Avon Jilks into an elder of the Deathless clan, Saber nodded. I, Saber Byron, agreed to turn Avon Jilks into an elder of the Deathless clan. Finally, Ingram rose from his stone chair. I, Ingram Dragon, agreed to turn Avon Jilks into an elder of the Deathless clan. In a blink of an eye, Ingram disappeared and reappeared behind Avon. Before Avon could realize what was happening, Ingram grabbed Avon's head, tilted it to a side, and sunk his fangs into Avon's neck. Blood spurted out as Avon's body twitched. One by one, the others sunk their fangs into Avon's neck. When they were done, Avon collapsed onto the ground. His body went through several changes. Finally, after approximately 2 hours, Avon woke up at his mansion as an elder vampire. Chapter 640. The war between the duchies. After Noah left for the pocket dimension with Yasmin, the Winston family soldiers consisting of 500 men began their march towards the assigned battlefield. Since a large-scale battle between cultivators would destroy the surroundings to nothing, the Guardian Guild assigned a specific battlefield and surrounded the field with various arrays to safeguard the villages nearby. Because none of the parties at war agreed to a peace talk, the Guardian Guild had no choice but to oversee the war. Of course, the Guardian Guild could have stopped the war if they tried. However, their priority was to restore their damaged reputation. Ever since the Royal News wrote an article about how the Guardian Guild knew about the vampires and hid it from the public, the guild had lost its reputation. As a result, many noble families withdrew from funding or decreased the amount given to the guild. Thus, the Guardian Guild prioritized fixing its reputation to sway the guild from the path to bankruptcy. Leaving the Winston compound, Xavier and Ethan led the men under their command to the Akar grass field. It was located between the border of Flamefair and Pentown. They wanted to save every bit of arch energy in their body. Hence they chose to march instead of fly to the grass field. Despite the long march, Ethan and Xavier did not camp out in the forest. They both knew about Avon and his underhanded tactics. It wouldn't be a surprise if they were ambushed in the forest. Thus, Ethan and Xavier passed the forest as fast as possible without any rest. When they were getting closer to the grass field, they ordered the men to take half a sip of healing potions. The men were thankful to the commanders once they consumed some healing potion. They immediately felt refreshed and rejuvenated. Soon, the refreshing feeling turned to courage and courage turned bloodlust. Once they passed the forest, they arrived at a clearing, the Akar grass field. When they arrived, 2 men, one riding a white horse and another riding a red horse, galloped toward Ethan and Xavier. The man atop the shiny white horse was Duke Marvin. He was a blonde-haired man with a thick bushy beard. His golden spear dangled on his back as he welcomed Xavier and Ethan with a tired smile. The man riding next to Duke Marvin was Duke Alvarin, the Duke of Icefair. Among the 4 dukes, Alvarin was the only non-human. He was born to an elven woman and a human father. After his mother died, Alvarin received the duke title from his father, who departed to the cold mountain to seclude himself. As a half-elf, Alvarin had slightly pointed ears and smooth silky skin with a perfect jaw structure. He was neither too muscular nor too thin. Initially, when the previous Duke of Icefair named a half-elf as his heir, many nobles caused a ruckus. Regardless of Alvarin's claim to the title, the nobles did not want to be ruled by a half-elf. Instead, they wanted the Duke to choose someone else, a human. Yet, the Duke chose Alvarin against the nobles. Everyone, including the King of Kethin, Porter Forbes, thought the duchy was doomed to fall into a civil war. But to everyone's surprise, Alvarin used his mother's side of the family to bring millions of gold coins to the Ice Fair. Within a year, he built more guilds, shops, and businesses than all of his predecessors combined. Under Alvarin, Ice Fair became a superpower among the 4 duchies. While Flamefair and Pentown were in the Cold War, Ice Fair made money off of it. Soon, those who opposed Alvarin changed their mindsets. More gold coins into the pocket triumphed over their hate for the half-elf. One by one, every noble family in the Ice Fair flourished under Alvarin's rule. After winning the nobles' support, Alvarin immediately turned his focus to the citizens of his duchy. Under Alvarin's father's rule, Ice Fair suffered famine due to a lack of fertile lands in Ice Fair. As the duchy's name, Ice Fair had more snowy plains than fertile lands. That changed soon when Alvarin requested the Empress of Aar's help. Once again, Alvarin used his mother's influence and his diplomatic talents to sway the Empress into helping Ice Fair. With the help of the Empress, a special unit of elves arrived from Aar, cultivating the snow plains into fertile lands. Additionally, the Empress and Alvarin signed a treaty that brought Ice Fair a large amount of grains every year. All it took was Alvarin's word to marry one of the Empress' relatives when the right time came. Duke Alvarin. Xavier was surprised to see Duke Alvarin on the battlefield. Alvarin was a diplomat, not a warrior, at least none had seen him battle before. So when Xavier saw Duke Alvarin himself on the battlefield, he was surprised. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novelnext.com to experience faster update speed. Commander Xavier, Lord Ethan. Duke Alvarin gently smiled at the both. Before you say anything, I am just here to oversee the battle, not to participate in it, Alvarin said. His words were calm, composed, and contained a hint of authority. I have brought you 500 archers from my personal army as I promised, Commander Xavier. Xavier turned his head to the side and saw 500 archers clad in silver leather armor. They stood behind Duke Marvin's iron-armed soldiers on the front lines. Duke Marvin's men were divided into 2 platoons. One platoon consists of warriors wearing crimson-red armor. They were armed to the teeth and each held a long golden spear. The second platoon stood between the archers and the iron-armored soldiers. Instead of armor, they were in their robes. These platoons contained cultivators who specialized in long-ranged and supporting spells such as defense barriers and healing spells. In total, the Ice Fair and Pentown soldiers formed an army of 1,600,000. Boom. As they were speaking, the sound of a horn reverberated through the grass field. They all turned their gazes in the horn's direction. On the horizon, a large army slowly marched toward them. The army of Duke Avon finally arrived at the Akar grass field. The frontline soldiers, almost 600 knights clad in shining plate armor, halted a good distance away from Ice Fair and Pentown's army. They were near enough to see their enemies, but far enough to evade arrows. The archers of Duke Alvarin quickly nocked and aimed their arrows at the newly arrived army. Commander Xavier. Alicia descended from the sky after scouting the area ahead. She was in her battle suit, armed to the teeth. Except for her head, metal armor covered every part of her body. Her sword dangled on her waist while she held a golden spear, just like her comrades in her hand. Although Xavier was Alicia's grandfather, on the battlefield, he was her commander. Hence, Alicia bowed her head and addressed him as commander. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. Our enemies have 1,600 soldiers, 600 knights, 500 archers and 500 mages, reported Alicia. Any idea how strong they are? How many core formation stage warriors? Are there any soul refiners? Asked Xavier. No, Commander. Duke Avon has some mages who cast a shield around them. It prevents any means to see their cultivation levels, said Alicia. Ever since the Hydra woke up from its slumber, It had been preventing the cultivators from seeing others' cultivation stage. It was a double-edged sword, especially for the soldiers on the battlefield. They wouldn't be able to gauge how strong or weak their enemies were. If they were lucky, they could end up fighting a weaker opponent. If there were not, then most probably they would die. "This all ends here today," Ethan exclaimed. He was sick of losing his soldiers to Avon's underhanded tactics. His eyes gleamed with battle lust. When Harriet was at his cultivation stage, Ethan fought head-to-head with her. Before becoming the Lord of Winston family, Ethan was the only man who came close to defeating Harriet Hunt in close combat. Even to this day, many adventurers in Otter sing about the Black Hawk, Ethan's adventurer guild name. "Return to your regiment," Xavier ordered Alicia with a pat on her shoulder. An affectionate smile rose on his face. With a nod, Alicia joined the front line. Seeing his granddaughter joining the knights, Xavier sighed inside. He wished Peter was with Alicia on the battlefield. After all, no one would have one's back like family. It was really unfortunate that Peter walked a dark path and ended up being house arrested. But again, Xavier always sensed something amiss in Peter ever since Peter was a little boy. He valued power over everything. Even family had become second to Peter. The army of Duke Avon stationed in the distance, watching their enemies. For a few minutes, only silence haunted the battlefield. Eventually Xavier and Ethan rode their horses, leading their men to the front. Meanwhile, Duke Alvarin and Duke Marvin went to the back, far enough to avoid the enemy archers. Xavier turned behind to look at his men. Their eyes told him they fear no one, and they would charge forward with a single command. His men were strong, but there was no need to purposefully put themselves at a disadvantage by charging head-on toward their enemy. Xavier wanted to study their enemies a bit more before giving any command. Anyone who knew Avon could tell he wouldn't come to the battlefield without having several trump cards. It took Xavier decades to train his men. He did not want them to die a pointless death. Since Xavier had seniority, Ethan stayed behind, waiting for Xavier's command. After some thinking, Xavier decided not to charge in recklessly. However, that didn't mean he would stand here like a sitting duck. "Bring out the beast." Xavier issued an order as several knights dismounted their horses and started assembling a portable weapon made of iron. It resembled a hybrid of a ballista and a cannon. The long hollow tube was as long as 2 carriages combined. After several minutes, the knights finished assembling the weapon and pointed it at the army of Duke Avon. Xavier moved a bit closer to Duke Avon's army. He then used a sliver of arch energy to amplify his voice. "Duke Avon, come out!" Xavier's roar was loud enough, even without amplifying his voice. But with his arch energy amplifying his voice, his words reverberated the entire grass field. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 641 Duke Avon's appearance. When the sun disappeared on the horizon, stars peeked their heads out in the dark sky. They glimmered in the black canve-like sky. There was a coldness mixed with beauty in the night sky. Under the black sky, the two armies waited for each other to charge forward. Commander Xavier's words caused a commotion in both armies. They all waited for Duke Avon to appear, but he was nowhere to be seen. Even Duke Avon's commanders didn't see Duke Avon for a few days. They only received a parchment containing Duke Avon's order and crest. Looking at warriors such as Ethan and Xavier leading their men, Duke Avon's commanders felt a bit down. Their morale was down, especially after seeing the iron weapon the soldiers assembled. "If you don't come out, we will blow your army into bits and pieces," Xavier continued to roar. "Come out and face me like a man. A duel. We will finish this without bloodshed." On the front line stood the 3 commanders of Duke Avon's army. They were all covered in iron plate armor from head to toe. Even their horses were armed to the teeth. They looked at the enemy soldiers, threatening to charge toward them any moment. "That damn old bastard." One of the commanders gnashed his teeth. "The thing they are pointing at us." The commander dragged his words. "The beast, yes." Another one who was familiar with the weapon nodded. "Commander Xavier's pet. The same thing the Belleforts used to siege many castles." This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novel Next. Calm to experience faster update speed. The soldiers amplified their gazes using arch energy and stared at the weapon, particularly at its long hollow tube. It resembled a cannon, but the base was that of a ballista. They could hardly see the weapon, but some of them could see the glowing runes engraved on its black metal surface. Silence fell over the battlefield after Xavier stopped roaring. As a veteran who went through countless wars, Xavier possessed the skill to study his enemies. At the moment, Duke Avon's army looked to be in low morale. The Duke, their leader, wasn't there with them, while all the leaders, including Duke Alvarin, blessed their enemies with their presence. Many soldiers in Duke Avon's army felt hesitant to fight the demon. Xavier's presence made them tremble. Almost everyone in the army heard about Xavier's tales, and how dangerous the man was on the battlefield. Duke Marvin. Duke Alvarin leaned slightly to his side. Isn't Alicia a guardian? How could she participate in the war? The Guardian Guild had a rule stating its members cannot participate in any wars. Instead, the guild preferred to stay neutral, and only advocated stopping wars. So when Duke Alvarin saw Alicia in her battle armor, he was surprised. She quit the guild. I thought you'd know that by now, Duke Alvarin, answered Duke Marvin. After the guild began an investigation on Peter, Tenulia asked Alicia to take a long holiday. By that time, the Cold War between Icefair and Flamefair escalated to the point Duke Avon waged a full-on war against Icefair. Being in the guild without any power to help her brother caused great pain to Alicia. She was both mentally and physically exhausted. After a long discussion with Noah, Ethan, and her family members, Alicia decided to quit the Guardian Guild. She desperately wanted to help her family out of the trouble caused by Peter. That was the reason Alicia joined the army raised by the Belafort family under her grandfather. Now that she had quit the guild, she was free to side with any kingdoms or families in a war. Furthermore, she was free to find whatever was necessary to free her brother. Makes sense. Duke Alvarin recalled everything that had transpired in the tournament related to Peter. As a matter of fact, he received several complaints from the nobles in secret about a vigilante beating the hell out of their kin in the night. He even designated a special unit of soldiers to hunt down this vigilante. But never in a million years, he thought Peter would be this vigilante. The Belafort family was one of the very few families that didn't oppose his ascension to the Duke title. They respected his father's wishes and supported him wholeheartedly. To be honest, Duke Alvarin was glad that Ghost exposed Peter instead of his own unit. It could have caused a rift between him and the Belafort family if his soldiers had caught Peter. Although it was hardly discernible to a normal person's eyes, Ethan could see the soldiers of Duke Avon trembling. Realizing this was the perfect time to strike at the enemy, Commander Xavier raised his hand, threatening to issue an order anytime. Soldiers, we don't need big morale-boosting speeches. We boost our morale by hunting down our enemies. We boost our morale by feasting on their blood. You have followed me into countless battles and emerged victorious. Today won't be any different. Let us strike our foes and decimate the Flamefair once and for all. Xavier's words sent shivers running down the opposing soldiers' spines. His words were filled with murderous intent. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net some cowardly soldiers even took a step back, and the soldiers standing at the last line pondered if they should sneak away. Their morale was at its lowest when a bolt of lightning cracked the sky, almost splitting the sky into halves. The bolt of lightning was too bright to the point many closed their eyes for a moment. When Xavier and his men were about to march forward, they saw Duke Avon standing in front of the soldiers. The orbs of light hovered above the Flamefair army, illuminating his face. As soon as the Flamefair soldiers saw the Duke, they felt relieved. Soon the relief turned into courage, and courage boosted their morale. A small smirk rose on Xavier's face. Once they marched for a few seconds, Duke Avoyne would be in the beast's firing range. At that time, they could kill Duke Avon with a single shot and end this war before it even begins. Fire! Xavier shouted. On cue, the beast roared. Crimson iron lava-like cannonball shot toward the Duke and his army. The temperature around them rose several degrees as the projectile whizzed by. The cannonball soared through the air. Luckily, the cannonball hit the Duke with deadly accuracy. On contact with the Duke, a powerful shock wave shot around Duke Avon's army with a loud explosion. The ground rumbled as the cannonball exploded into numerous small orbs of lava. Although the frontline soldiers erupted their shields in front of them, the shock wave knocked them down from their horses. Following the explosion, a dust cloud formed around the Duke, preventing Xavier and his soldiers from seeing what was the result of the hit. When the dust storm died down, they all saw Duke Avon standing there without a single scratch on his body. The soldiers of Duke Avon's opposing army, including Xavier and Ethan, bewilderedly stared at Duke Avon. Hints of confusion were evident on their faces. Even the commanders of Duke Avon's army were stunned at the outcome. Those who were near the Duke looked at him with quizzical eyes. There was a huge explosion, the ground rumbled and the temperature rose, but that was all. Even the numerous smaller fireballs spat out by the hit dispersed after several seconds, as though an invisible hand swept them away into non-existence. So that was the so-called beast, huh? Not impressed, Duke Avon smirked. His words were loud enough for everyone on the battlefield to hear. Yai. It took Duke Avon's soldiers several seconds to realize their leader had dispersed the enemy's most powerful weapon without breaking a sweat. When their brains finished processing what had just transpired, they were shocked, but soon the shock turned into tenacity. Their morale shot through the roof as they roared. The soldiers raised their weapons toward the sky. Their battle cry rumbled as loud as a thunderclap. Xavier never thought Duke Avon was strong enough to withstand the beast's direct hit. Any normal man would have exploded into bits and pieces. Unless Duke Avon had reached the peak soul refining stage, or cast a legendary defense spell, it was impossible for him to survive such a direct hit. After dispersing the cannonball, Duke Avon just smirked. He adjusted his red robes before turning his back on the charging enemies. "Don't take prisoners," Duke Avon simply said before walking through the army to the back. To everyone's astonishment, Duke Avon did not charge onto the enemies. After startling everyone by stopping the cannonball, he just decided to stay at the back instead of fighting on the front lines. However, the show Avon put on boosted morale and gave the soldiers the courage to face their enemies. Despite what Avon did, Xavier did not slow down. He was a veteran who went through countless battles. A simple variant wasn't enough to discourage the demon. Instead, Xavier let out a roar and marched faster than before. Behind Xavier, Alicia was running as fast as Xavier's horse. She almost surpassed him. At that moment, Ethan, Xavier, and Alicia led the entire army by the front. Boom, boom, boom. Although the beast failed to kill Duke Avon, the knights continued to fire cannonballs from the beast. Every time the beast roared, the ground trembled as the temperature rose by several degrees around them. Seeing the cannonballs soaring towards them, the mages from Avon's army flew forward, preparing to cast defense shields around the army on the ground. They doubted the army could withstand the cannonballs like Duke Avon. While the two armies were about to clash, a couple of level 10 soul refiners from the Guardian Guild appeared in the sky to cast a barrier around the Archer grass field. Instead of trying to stop the war, they ensured the war happens in a controlled environment. Chapter 642: The Bloody War. Under the night sky, the two armies charged at each other. Their footsteps shook the ground like an earthquake. Ethan, Xavier, and Alicia led the Icefair and Pentown armies, while 3 armored knights led the Flamefair army instead of Duke Avon. Unmasked hostility and bloodlust filled the air. The army of Duke Avon glared at Xavier, Ethan, and Alicia. Each of them terrified the soldiers, but with Duke Avon behind them, they showed nothing but battle lust in their eyes. Finally, they found an outlet for their boiling battle lust. When the two armies were just a short distance from each other, Xavier roared, "Show no mercy." The entire army behind him roared in unison. With Ethan and Xavier leading the army, the soldiers fearlessly charged toward the Flamefair army. Arch energy gushed out of the soldiers' bodies, amplifying their strengths beyond typical human limits. Each of them gripped their golden spears tightly to clash against the Flamefair army without regard for their lives. The two armies collided. The sound of iron striking iron reverberated as armored knights' swords and spears struck against each other. Sparks flew, and blood filled the air as the two opposing foes broke into a melee. The Flamefair army broke out, fighting like savages. Both armies were fearless as they swung their weapons left and right. Alicia also roared and hacked every enemy in her path without a shred of mercy. The Flamefare soldiers were Alicia's outlet for her buried anger. She used her spear to stab a couple of soldiers simultaneously, and her other hand to send cold spikes left and right. Due to the sound of iron clashing, no one could hear the spells she was casting. While Alicia was slaughtering the Flamefare army, Ethan and Xavier wreaked havoc on the other side. To Xavier's surprise, Ethan fought like a demon incarnate. Riding the black horse, Ethan looked more demon than Xavier. Unlike Alicia, Ethan did not cast any spells. He just used his sheer strength to slash and dash the enemies with his longsword. However, the Flamefare soldiers weren't powerless either. In fact, they surprised Xavier himself. While Alicia and Ethan were killing the soldiers effortlessly, Xavier's personal army struggled against the Flamefare soldiers, especially the 3 armored commanders. Coupled with the secret potion Duke Avon mixed in their meals, the decades of training and experience made the Flamefare army stand their ground against Xavier's army. Demonic ice rain. Alicia roared in a deep hate-filled voice. Many Flamefare soldiers intuitively brought their weapons above shield themselves. Soon, a large glowing chakra lit the battleground beneath. Those who were in the spotlight felt the temperature drop by several degrees. Their skin went numb to the coldness. A split second later, the chakra shot countless ice spikes from above. Hundreds of ice spikes rained down upon them with enough force to impale everyone below. Some of them got lucky when the mages of the Flamefare army cast a barrier around the soldiers. Upon colliding with the golden dome around the army, the ice spikes exploded into bits and pieces of ice. When the chakra faded away, the archers of Duke Alvarin released their arrows. They lit the arrows with flame before firing. In mid-air, they resembled a swarm of fireflies. Both armies quickly cast whatever defense spell they could, and those who held shields raised them above their heads. Spells and arrows weren't sentient to know who was friendly and who was the enemy. In a few minutes, hundreds of soldiers were either killed or lost their limbs in the clash. All of it was because of one man's ego, Duke Avon. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. The Duke is mine. Alicia roared as her voice reverberated throughout the entire battlefield. Stop. Xavier tried to stop Alicia, but the loud explosion sounded from the beast made his shout inaudible. Moving forward, Alicia raised her hand, firing a stream of ice from her palm. The weaker soldiers who were in the ice stream's path immediately turned into statues. Her ice stream cut open a path in the army as she shot toward the Duke. Where are you going? A murderous shout was heard when Xavier tried to follow Alicia. His battle instincts kicked in as he blocked the long axe with his sword. His hand went numb. Soon, the 3 armored commanders surrounded Xavier. Looking at this from quite far from Xavier, Ethan plunged his spear into the ground with enough force to create a strong shock wave. For the first time, Ethan cast this shock wave since the start of his battle. Everyone in a 3-meter radius around Ethan was sent flying. He leaped into the air, preparing himself to shoot toward Xavier. Go to her. Xavier amplified his voice with arch energy. His words sounded in Ethan's head like a bell, clear and loud. On a battlefield, even a split-second hesitation would cost a life. Ethan knew this. For instance, if Ethan hesitated even for a second to follow Xavier's order, either he or Alicia would be killed. A veteran commander like Xavier would not die to 3 unnamed commanders. Hence, Ethan obeyed his order by flying in Alicia's direction as fast as he could. Seeing Ethan's trajectory toward their lord, the mages hovering in the air immediately cast several spells to stop Ethan from reaching the Duke. Ethan flew like an arrow shot from a bow. However, he quickly halted when he saw a beam of blue energy heading toward him. Intuitively, Ethan swayed his body to the side, avoiding the energy beam just by a few inches. Without giving Ethan any more time, another mage fired a long thick arrow made of fire in Ethan's direction from above. Ethan swayed left and right, avoiding the spell. But his bad luck, he kept getting bombarded by the mages above him. While Ethan was facing the mages, Alicia finally reached the Duke, who stood way behind his army, close enough to see the battlefield but far enough from the archers and the beast. In stark contrast to his normal crimson-red attire, Duke Avon wore dark robes from head to toe. He even covered his head with a cloak. When Alicia went past the mages and the army, she saw Duke Avon standing alone without any personnel guards. His eyes glimmered like a cat in the darkness. "Face me like a man." Alicia slowly stepped towards Duke. Her sword dangled around her waist until she unsheathed it. She held the golden spear in one hand, and the sword in the other. Although she couldn't see Duke Avon's cultivation stage, she didn't fear him at all. She completely ignored that Duke Avon single-handedly stopped the beast's cannonball. Hearing her murderous tone, Duke Avon remained calm. He did not indulge her in a conversation. Instead, Duke Avon looked up at the moonless sky. He could feel the darkness powering him up. New sensations caused his mind to be bewildered. The power of being a vampire really mesmerized him. Before turning into an elder vampire, he had never thought he could hear someone's heartbeat so clearly from a distance. At this moment, Avon could see the world from a different perspective. For instance, Avon could see the energy radiation around Alicia. It was evident to him that Alicia was weaker than him. To Avon's surprise, only 2 people on the entire battlefield who could fight him head-to-head, Xavier and Ethan. As Alicia got closer to Avon, he could smell the sweet fragrance of blood. Immediately his stomach growled. This strange feeling of hunger was new to Avon. Previously, if he had seen a beauty like Alicia, his mind would have created sexual thoughts. But now he only wanted to feast on her blood. As a human, he knew drinking blood was animalistic or even forbidden. Still, his urge to suck her dry was too strong to resist. Under his dark cloak, the 2 fangs slowly grew to the point they stuck out of his mouth. Due to the darkness and his cloak, Alicia couldn't see the changes on his face. If she could, she would have seen the evil grin on Avon's face. This chapter upload first at novelbin.net. I will end this pointless war once and for all. Alicia halted her steps from a couple of meters away from Avon. By killing you, the area turned colder as a white mist surrounded the 2. By learning only icy spells, Alicia became closer to controlling the coldness in the area. However, she wasn't a god like Michael or Noah. Otherwise, she could have controlled the element itself. "You are the bitch who follows that Winston boy everywhere," Duke Avon amused. "He collects beauties like trophies, doesn't he?" Avon questioned Alicia. Alicia didn't show any emotion on her face. However, she was boiling in rage inside. It took great control to stop herself from ripping him apart. "How many other bitches are there in his harem?" asked Avon with a chuckle. The more he riled up Alicia, the stronger the scent of her blood became. He couldn't wait to get her blood to boil to the maximum, so he couldn't have a nice delicious feast. Blood of a virgin. It was a rare delicacy for the vampires. He was no exception, even though he was only a vampire for a day. "After tasting you, I am going to feast on every single one in your family," said Avon. After hearing Avon's last words, Alicia couldn't hold back her anger. She leaped at Avon with immense killing intent. Her entire body radiated a chill that would turn any typical man into an icy statue. With deadly speed, she pushed the spear in her hand toward Avon's heart. Avon did not even move an inch. Instead, he waited till the last moment to sway his body to the side, and threw his fist at Alicia's gut. Duke Avon's speed and movement caught Alicia off guard. Before she could swing her sword to block his fist, she felt a sharp pain in her gut. The force of Avon's punch sent Alicia flying several meters back. Alicia coughed up a couple of times as Duke Avon grinned under the dark hood. "I am going to enjoy this," amused Duke Avon. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 643. Duke Avon wants Alicia weak. A strong hateful voice was heard. Alicia intuitively blocked Duke Avon's hands from above. His speed was nothing like she had expected. One moment he was in front of her, and the other he was on top of her. Alicia's hands felt numb after the attack. Fortunately, she used her spear and sword to block the attack. Suppose she used her hand, it would have broken like a twig. Without giving time for Alicia to retaliate, Duke Avon sent a kick toward Alicia's gut. Alicia evaded the kick by quickly leaping back, but Duke Avon's hand swirled and followed her movements. His hands aimed at her neck. Alicia quickly erupted a shield made of 3 layers of ice in front of her. But to her astonishment, the ice shield formed cracks and shattered the moment Duke Avon's fist collided with it. Caught off guard, Alicia evaded the punch a split second later. The fist of Duke Avon hit Alicia on the shoulder, nearly dislocating her shoulder. A painful groan escaped her mouth. "You are a lot weaker than I expected." Duke Avon cracked his knuckles. "How disappointing." Alicia frowned. He didn't cast any spells, yet she moved at a speed beyond her expectation. Even her grandfather, the demon, didn't move with such speed. Something was amiss. On top of his freaky speed, Alicia smelled a strong, pungent smell coming off of Duke Avon. "You did something to yourself," Alicia said. "You noticed, huh?" Duke Avon grinned under his dark hood. "So I was right. You did do something to yourself," Alicia exclaimed. She then dropped the sword as the sword stabbed the ground, standing straight. Alicia massaged the shoulder hit by Avon's fist with her empty hand. Since Duke Avon wasn't in a rush to kill Alicia, he allowed her to take some time. He slowly realized that he liked the process of hunting more than the prey itself. After tasting a glimpse of Avon's power, Alicia did not underestimate him. She clenched the spear tight, casting a spell in the other hand. In a blink of an eye, a light blue chakra materialized in front of her. Looking at the rotating chakra and the several runes in it, Avon didn't even flinch. Instead, he waited for the chakra to do something. His wish came true soon as the arrows made of ice shot out from the chakra rapidly toward him. The chakra moved along with Alicia. A bright light flashed across the area every time an arrow shot out of the chakra. Cold air surrounded Alicia and Avon. But to Alicia's astonishment, none of the arrows made a dent in Avon. He just stood there, taking the arrows without moving an inch. Every arrow that hit Avon exploded into tiny dots of light before fading away. As a vampire, he was completely immune to any spell attacks. Poor Alicia had no idea Duke Avon before her was an elder vampire. The last time an elder vampire appeared, it took Michael and Noah to kill him. Compared to Duke Avon, the elder vampire Michael and Noah fought was far weaker. That elder vampire was created by Hakan and Trista, 2 elder vampires. On the contrary, Avon was turned by 4 elder vampires. Alicia didn't know she started a fight that she had no chance of winning. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. I wonder how it feels to have my own minions. Avon slightly tilted his head, looking at Alicia from head to toe. As an elder vampire, he was free to do whatever he wanted as long as it benefited the vampires. After exchanging some blows with Alicia, Avon wondered whether to kill her or turn her into a vampire. According to Saber, the stronger one's will, the harder it would be to turn and control them. However, once their will was broken, they could be turned into a powerful greater vampire, and eventually an elder vampire. His train of thought was cut short when Alicia leaped at him with her spear pointing directly at his head. She pushed herself to the maximum. As a result, she moved at the speed of an arrow. But to Avon, she moved at a snail's pace. He waited patiently until the spear was just a few inches away from his head. When the spear was about to penetrate his head, Avon grabbed the spear, pulled it toward him, and slapped Alicia right on the face. His slap was strong enough to send Alicia flying for nearly 10 meters. Avon was surprised to see his own strength. He only used a sliver of his strength, yet it was enough to send Alicia flying. This is power. Avon looked down at his fists. His grin grew ear to ear. At this moment, Avon felt he could take on the entire world. He feared nothing. With the blood of a vampire, he was quite unstoppable. Soon, Saber would find a solution for them to walk at night. And at that time, the night rulers would rule the day too. However, to achieve Saber's goal, Avon must first bring the kingdom of Kethern to Saber's feet. Only then could Saber use Kethern as his hunting ground and conduct several experiments to find a solution for the sun. The elder vampire fought Michael, and Noah used the dark web created by one of Saber's minions like Fabia. Although it prevented the sun rays from penetrating through, the dark web couldn't exist for more than a day. After what had transpired in the alchemist competition, Saber ordered his minions to perfect the dark web while sourcing another group to come up with a new solution. The elder vampires before the current ones were quite satisfied with living in the shadows. But it changed now. Saber and his group of elder vampires, except Ingram, wanted to rule both the day and night. Now that the Guardian Guild exposed them, they wanted to control the world more than ever before. Finally, Alicia hit the ground with a small thud. She slid through the grassfield for several meters, leaving a bloody trail before coming to a halt. Her face was slightly swollen as one could see the handprint on her cheek. She coughed out blood. When she picked herself up, her silver armor was completely drenched in mud. Gritting her teeth, Alicia suppressed the pain. With a flick of her wrist, she took out a glimmering blue potion. Avon glared at the potion in her hand. The potion in Alicia's hand paled in comparison to the potions he recently acquired. To Alicia's surprise, Avon allowed her to drink the whole potion without doing anything. He patiently waited for Alicia to completely heal up. Why? Alicia questioned herself. But pushing her doubts to the corner of her mind, she dashed at Avon once again. This time, her speed was several times faster than before. On her way to Avon, she threw the spear aside and picked up the sword sticking into the ground. In a few blinks of an eye, she appeared in front of Avon. Surprised by her speed, Avon failed to react in time. Using this momentary slip-up of Avon, Alicia swung her sword, deeply cutting Avon's shoulder. Blood spurted out. She did not stop with one cut. Instead, Alicia swung her sword left and right with monstrous speed. One by one, the cuts on Avon's body increased. Avon purposely let Alicia cut him, so he could see his regeneration ability with his own eyes. Still, he avoided the sword slashes aimed at his neck. Although the vampires possessed a regeneration ability, they couldn't regenerate a severed head. A common or an uncommon sword had no chance of penetrating a vampire's thick skin, especially an elder's vampire's skin. But the sword in Alicia's hand was a family treasure gifted to her by Xavier himself. The dwarves forged the sword using some rare metals and engraved runes to complement cold elemental spells. Seeing Avon avoiding the slashes aimed at his neck, Alicia began to specifically aim for his head. She felt like she found a weakness and tried to exploit this weakness. While slashing her sword left and right, Alicia cast Demonic Ice Rain spell again, targeting Duke Avon. But to her astonishment, when the chakra materialized above them and illuminated the area, she noticed the cuts on Avon's body closing up without Avon taking any healing potions. Furthermore, she noticed Avon's eyes glimmering under the dark hood and a glimpse of his fangs. Her body went rigid as her brain started to process everything that had transpired. She immediately tried to leap back. But just as she was about to, Avon grabbed her by her neck. At this time, the ice spikes started to rain down upon Avon. Before the spikes could reach him, Avon looked up. A black mist shot out of him, creating a crescent shield above them. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net the ice spikes collided with the shield only to explode into oblivion. They did not even form a crack on the shield. "You are lucky," Avon growled. Under his deadly grip, Alicia's face turned paler. She tried to cut him with the sword, but he just swatted the sword out of her hand. "You will be my first minion. Take great pride in that." Alicia felt a chill hearing his animalistic growl. She could see the fangs more clearly up closer. "You vampire." Alicia could hardly utter these words. "Soon you will be one of us too." Avon pulled Alicia closer. He took a long whiff of the sweet fragrance coming from Alicia's blood. More than anything, he wanted to sink his fangs into her neck. Alicia struggled frantically, but he was too strong. No. Alicia felt Avon's skin against her skin. When he was about to turn her into a vampire, a golden light flashed across the sky. The next moment, something shot directly onto Avon, sending him flying. Alicia coughed. "Stay back." To her surprise, Ethan stood between her and Avon with golden metallic wings protruding out of his back. The golden light radiated by Ethan's wings weakened Avon. He hissed and leaped back to get away from the golden light. "Uncle, he is not a human anymore. He is a vampire," Alicia managed to warn Ethan. Her words startled Ethan, but he didn't flinch. "Get back to your grandfather. I will take care of this," said Ethan. "The hell you will." The hatred-filled voice of Avon reverberated in the area. Ethan and Alicia took a step back, seeing Avon's eyes glimmering under his dark hood like rubies. A dark cloud shrouded him as he moved closer to Ethan. "I need only one minion. So one of you will die here," Avon growled. "The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone." Chapter 644 Ethan vs. Avon. Ethan spread his golden metallic wings, shielding Alicia. Each feather in the wing resembled a well-made kunai. The wing spell was given to him by Harriet recently. She modified the spell when she was an otter before meeting Ethan. Since the vampires were vulnerable to sun rays, she modified the wings to create golden rays similar to sun rays. He cast the spells to kill the mages who were bombarding him. That was his sole intention. But he was stunned when Duke Avon leaped back to the darkness, away from the golden rays. "When you see a vampire, cast this spell and run away." Diana's words sounded in his head. Ethan creased his brows. The vampires were called the Night Rulers for a reason. According to Diana, who almost hunted the vampire kind to extinction in the vampires were extremely strong during the night. They harnessed power from the dark sky. So Harriet hunted them during the daytime, when they were at their weakest. Coupled with Harriet's light flames, she was an absolute bane to the vampire kind. "Duke Avon, just stand down. We can find a way to cure you." Unlike Alicia, Ethan did not underestimate Avon. Instead of fighting Avon head-to-head, Ethan tried to back away from Avon. After all, the golden wings would fade away after 10 minutes. "Cure? Why do I need a cure? I've never been better," Duke Avon growled. "I can see the spell wearing off. I always respected you, Ethan. So I will give you a choice. Turn around and leave. I will let you live. But she is mine." Avon took a step forward. As he said, the golden light radiating from the wings slowly dimmed. In the 10 minutes duration, Ethan spent 5 minutes fighting the mages. So he only had 5 more minutes before the wings disappeared. At that time, he would be powerless in front of Avon. Hearing Avon's words, Ethan's eyes glimmered with killing intent. "I will kill you," Alicia threatened Duke Avon. If it weren't for Ethan standing between them, Alicia would have leaped onto Avon for another round. Even a vampire couldn't make Alicia afraid. As the three of them were talking, the two armies were in a deadlock behind them. Although Xavier slew one commander, the other two commanded the surrounding soldiers to focus their attacks on Xavier. They did not want Xavier to reach Duke Avon. However, they tried to get to Avon when they saw Alicia and Ethan, only to get halted by Xavier. Seeing his wings losing their glow, Ethan started to think of a way to escape Duke Avon. He knew there was no chance of him defeating Duke Avon. It was impossible without a primordial flame. Surprisingly, the Flame-Fair commanders and the soldiers held well against Xavier. So he had to face Duke Avon alone somehow. "Give me your sword and leave the battlefield. Tell the guardians above that the Duke of Flame-Fair has turned into a vampire," said Ethan with an authoritative tone. Honestly, he couldn't believe Noah when he said the Guardian Guild had gone completely incompetent and corrupted. However, he could understand why Noah said those things. The soul refiners floating above the battlefield completely failed to recognize Avon as a vampire. The dark robes, regeneration, and the way he avoided bright golden light should have at least made them wonder. Yet, Ethan saw no interference from the Guardians. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. But in Guardians' defense, this was just another day at work for them. They had seen countless wars, and this wasn't any special to them. Hence, they were just meditating in the sky rather than focusing on the battlefield. "Uncle," Alicia hesitated to leave Ethan with Avon. "It's an order, Alicia." Ethan's voice turned grave. He literally had no time to argue with Alicia. The sooner she gets out of this place, the better. At least if she informed the Guardians, they would do something about Avon. Slowly stepping back, Ethan grabbed Alicia's sword forcefully. Finally, the golden wings lost enough light for Duke Avon to attack Ethan. "Go." Ethan pushed away Alicia and blocked Avon's hand with Alicia's silver sword. Ethan's hand felt numb as he got pushed several steps back. Despite everything, Ethan was glad to fight Avon alone. If the Duke was with his commanders and soldiers, it would be exponentially hard to fight him. That was why Ethan decided to fight Avon until Alicia informed the Guardians about Avon. When Alicia finally decided to leave the battlefield, Avon dashed at Ethan. His kin underneath the dark hood burnt due to the golden light surrounding Ethan. Yet it wasn't powerful enough to slow him down. To Avon's surprise, Ethan moved almost as fast as him. Caught off guard by Ethan's speed, Avon brought his arms in front of him intuitively. But Ethan slashed his sword at Avon's thigh and flapped the golden wings with enough power to push Avon several meters back. Using this opportunity, Alicia took off from the ground like a rocket. However, Avon surprised Ethan by shooting a dark arrow out of his arm. The arrow penetrated Alicia's leg and knocked her off from the sky. Blood spurted out from her leg as she growled. "Alicia!" Ethan screamed. He was about to dash at Alicia when Avon fired another dark arrow towards Ethan. The dark arrow perfectly blended with the darkness. An oblivious man wouldn't be able to see the arrow at all. However, Ethan was no oblivious man. He swung his sword at lightning speed, cutting the dark arrow in halves. After cutting the arrow, Ethan threw the silver sword at Avon. He wanted to keep Avon as far as possible from Alicia. The sword soared through the air until it penetrated Avon's chest. The sword's one end was sticking out of Avon's back. Dark blood oozed out of the wound. But Avon just smirked. "You are better than her," Avon said. His voice had the mix of both shock and respect. Not in a million years Avon thought Ethan to fight like a freak. If he wasn't turned into a vampire, there was no way he could have defeated Ethan in a battle. Furthermore, he hadn't cast any spell except the golden wings. Ethan fought with pure skills he sharpened through his years of adventuring. Ignoring the pain, Avon slowly pulled out the sword. Blood kept spraying out of the wound. While Avon stuck with the sword, Ethan flicked his wrist as a sparkling blue potion appeared in his hand. He quickly tossed that potion to Alicia. "Take it," Ethan ordered Alicia. For a moment, she looked at the potion blankly. But soon, a deep hatred glimmered in her eyes. The potion was made by Ghost, the man who destroyed her brother's life. She would rather die than take that potion. Her momentary hesitation was enough for Avon to completely pull out the sword. The wound closed up in a blink of an eye. "She is food." "You're not." Avon tossed the sword aside. Instead of attacking Ethan, Avon waited for the golden wings to completely fade away. The golden wings flickered and soon, it disappeared from Ethan's back. Once again, darkness fell over them. With no golden wings and swords, Ethan stood no chance against an elder vampire. The golden wings may have disappeared, but the spark of fight blazed in Ethan's eyes brighter than before. No matter the odds, Ethan wouldn't let Avon kill his daughter-in-law. As long as he draws breath, Avon had to go through him to get to Alicia. Ethan cracked his fists, preparing himself for a fight to the death. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. "Net Alicia, can you do me a favor?" asked Ethan. "Get out of here and tell Noah to turn me back to human soon." A tired smile escaped his mouth. Tears rolled out of Alicia's eyes. She looked over her shoulder to see her grandfather fighting almost 20 men at the same time. He was getting bombarded with spells and attacks. Before Alicia could answer Ethan, Avon disappeared and appeared in front of Ethan. Without giving any time for Ethan to react, Avon kicked Ethan in the abdomen. Ethan managed to block the kick using his hand. A glimmer of surprise emerged in Avon's eyes. Ignoring the pain in his chest, Ethan grabbed Avon's head and headbutted the vampire repeatedly. Ethan felt like he was hitting his head against a metal door. When Avon retaliated by headbutting Ethan back, Ethan's eyes blurred. He coughed up blood. But his blurriness only lasted for a moment. Avon grinned broadly. "You have exceeded my expectations, Ethan. Now I see how all your children turned out to be freaks of nature." The Duke's eyes turned predatory. But enough of this little dance. Avon channeled his arch energy to his fists. A dark mist surrounded Avon's body as his strength shot through the roof. He wasn't planning to hold back anymore. Alicia felt the surrounding grow darker as the seconds ticked by. Her mind analyzed the dark area and estimated its range. 20 meters. Now that Avon had unleashed his power, it would be impossible for Ethan to defeat Avon. Avon grabbed Ethan by his neck, licked the blood oozing down from Ethan's forehead. The sweet taste of blood was nothing like he had ever tasted. Even the most expensive wines could not hold a torch against the taste of fresh blood. A devilish grin appeared on Avon's face. "Let him go." Alicia screamed from behind. She dashed toward Avon, crushing Ghost's healing potion under her feet. However, Avon had no intention to waste his time anymore. He raised his hand, blasting Alicia with a beam of dark energy. Ethan, on the other hand, tried to free himself from Avon's clutch, but the vampire was simply far stronger than him. "You have no idea the mistake you're about to make." To Avon's surprise, Ethan smirked. There was not a single shred of fear in his eyes. "I am done making mistakes," Avon snickered. His fangs once again grew longer. Avon's fangs were just an inch away from Ethan's neck, when a bright streak of lightning flashed across the area. The very next moment, a strong gust of wind blasted Avon, sending him flying for several meters. Hitting the ground, Ethan groaned in pain. He wondered what the heck just happened. Soon, a calm voice reverberated in the area. "Sorry for the delay in the shipment, Lord Ethan." As soon as Ethan heard the voice, a smile emerged on his face. "Ghost." Chapter 645. Killing another elder vampire. As he slowly descended from the sky, golden bolt of lightning crackled under Ghost's feet. The son Ethan lost had come to save his family once again. Despite what everyone told him about the Dark Lord, Ethan didn't believe his son was evil. He wanted to hug Ghost and tell him that he is his father. With a gentle smile on his face, Ethan looked up. Ghost's raven black hair had grown back to his neck length. The stubble beard gave him a charming look. As he descended, his black long coat fluttered in the wind. With his hands behind his back, Ghost calmly landed before him. "Lord Ethan." Michael extended his arm to Ethan. A glimmer of concern emerged in Ethan's eyes for a moment, but after remembering Ghost was the freaking Dark Lord, his mind calmed down. "Look out." Suddenly, Ethan shouted, noticing Avon firing a dark arrow toward Ghost. Michael, however, remained calm. He caught the dark arrow before it could hit him without even turning back. The dark arrow trembled in his hand. Soon, it shattered under his grasp. "Be careful. He is a vampire," said Ethan. Ethan saw no signs of fear on his son's face. Instead, he remained as calm as ever. Ghost reminded Ethan of Harriet. No matter the situation, the two of them remained calm. In Ethan's eyes, Ghost looked the same as Harriet. He even dressed in complete black and carried two swords on his back like his mother. In a blink of an eye, Avon dashed at Michael. To Ethan's shock, Ghost grabbed Avon by his neck. Just like when he caught the arrow, he didn't even turn around. Avon growled. He tried to escape from Ghost's clutch, but he couldn't. Lightning crackled around Michael's wrist, burning Avon's neck. Ethan's jaw dropped a few inches looking at the scene. The vampire who almost killed Alicia and him struggled like a weakling under his son's grasp. Finally, Michael turned his head to look Avon in the eyes. "You stole my shipment." Avon couldn't believe what he had just heard. With earth-shattering force, Michael took off from the ground. Under his grasp, Avon frantically twitched his body to escape. When Michael reached height enough to see the entire battle, he threw Avon to the middle of the battlefield where Xavier was fighting 20 soldiers at the same time. Except for the cloud of darkness, Michael used everything else to boost his power. The death range alone gave Michael enough power to manhandle Avon without breaking a sweat. The force of Michael's throw was enough to prevent Avon from regaining balance mid-sky. Boom! With a loud explosion, Duke Avon hit the ground, creating a powerful shock wave. A crater formed around Duke Avon, due to the force of his collision. Duke Avon coughed up dark blood. The two armies on deadlock halted their fight for a moment. The soldiers couldn't help turning their gaze toward the sudden crater that appeared in the middle of the battlefield. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novelnext.com to experience faster update speed. Before Duke Avon could get back to his feet, Michael shot toward him, leaving a golden lightning trail in the sky. He landed straight on top of Duke Avon and released a barrage of kicks, each kick carrying the same force as the previous one. "Protect his grace." The commanders, who realized it was their duke who was getting kicked to death, screamed as loud as they could. Their shout reverberated throughout the battlefield. Soon, the mages and knights tried to move toward the duke. Kill them all. At the same time, Xavier roared at his men to kill the Flamefair soldiers. Once again, a battle between the two armies broke out. Finally, Duke Avon managed to roll a few meters away from Ghost, and managed to get back to his feet. The bruises and wounds on his face closed up at speed visible to the naked eye. His neatly pressed black robes were drenched in mud and torn in several places. An oblivious man would never recognize Avon as a duke. Instead, they would think of him as a beggar. Uncontrollable anger coursed through Avon's veins. He gnashed his teeth as the fangs grew as long as possible. Unlike the energy radiation Avon sensed from Ethan and Alicia, the energy radiation of Ghost was on another level. Avon could tell his cultivation level was far inferior to his opponent's. His only saving grace was his strong vampire body and superior regeneration. Otherwise, he would have been kicked to death a few moments ago. "Is that it?" snarled Avon. To Avon's astonishment, Ghost threw a green vial at his feet. The vial shattered, creating green mists around him. "You are not the first elder vampire I faced, Duke Avon." Michael's calm words startled Avon. His brain suddenly recalled everything he heard about what had transpired in the alchemy competition. Ghost and Noah fought and slain an elder vampire. At one point, even Saber mentioned something about Haken's creation rampaged at the alchemy tournament, and ended up getting killed by 2 humans. For the first time, Avon's eyes glimmered with fear. But soon anger overshadowed his fear. Avon dashed at Ghost with enough speed to create a shockwave behind him. The bastard in front of him was a vampire slayer. He killed one of his kind. Although Avon did not know Haken or the elder vampire he had created, Avon wanted to avenge both of them. Upon reaching Ghost, Avon punched the bastard with every bit of his strength. The impact of the punch pushed Avon several steps back. His hand felt numb as though he had hit a metal wall. Only then did Avon see the black shield in Ghost's hand. As a vampire, he was blessed with speed beyond a cultivator's limit. Yet, Avon completely failed to see when Ghost took out the black shield. Seeing their lord at a disadvantage, the nearby Flamefair soldiers ignored their opponents and charged toward Michael. Ring of Fire. Michael cast the spell in his mind as the bright crimson-red flame shot out from Michael in a perfect circle. Waves of fire pulsated in regular intervals. Those who were caught in the radius of the flame circle screamed. Their agonizing screams and the strong scent of burning flesh filled the air. Soon after a few seconds, their screams stopped. Silence fell over them. Fortunately, Avon leaped into the air, escaping from the burning fire. Before his eyes, his men burnt to a crisp. Michael looked up at Avon. Countless tiny bolts of lightning crackled around his wrist, threatening to be unleashed at Avon. Suddenly, Avon coughed again and again in the air. Every part of his body started to ache as though he was being stabbed by hundreds of rusty needles. Extreme pain made him fall to the ground. Luckily for him, the pulsating flame waves disappeared, leaving smoking ashes on the ground. Even after losing their fellow soldiers to the flames, the others rushed toward Michael. With an annoyed look, Michael channeled the celestial energy and poured it to strengthen the lightning bolts around his wrists. When the soldiers got close enough, Michael raised his hands, firing thick bolts of a golden lightning bolt from each hand. The 2 lightning bolts struck the soldiers and penetrated several soldiers. Michael did not stop. He kept firing lightning bolts one after another. Whenever a bolt of lightning fired out of his hand, several soldiers dropped to the ground with large holes in their chests. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net arghhhh. Avon roared in uncontrollable anger, and leaped at Michael once again despite the pain. His body screamed at him to stop, yet Avon pushed himself to the limit. The anti-vampire potion Michael brewed after getting Victor's blood sample, and the elder vampire's flesh sample was working better than Michael expected. This time Michael did not stay still. Instead, he cast the Ignitia and moved toward Victor faster than his opponent. When the 2 of them collided, it created a powerful shock wave. Under the soldiers' shocked gazes, Michael punched Avon left and right. Only the soldiers above core formation could see Michael's punches, because he was simply too fast for the eyes of the others. In a few seconds, Michael landed almost 50 punches. Avon's vision soon started to blur. Michael suddenly picked Avon up off his feet by his waist and slammed him on the ground. Avon coughed up more blood. To everyone's surprise, Ghost did not stop with the slam. He proceeded to grab Avon's leg, lifted him up, and slammed him again and again and again like Avon was a weightless doll. The soldiers were terrified. The man who stopped the beast's cannonball single-handedly stood no chance against Ghost. Soldiers of Flamefare not only felt embarrassed but also terrified. Their morale hit rock bottom. No one. They heard the deep hatred-filled voice of Ghost. He slammed Avon on the ground. Steals. Another slam. Again Michael slammed Avon. When Michael hit Avon against the ground this time, Avon almost lost consciousness. His bones had been broken by Ghost faster than his body could heal. The soldiers noticed Avon's legs and arms looking crooked. Just as they thought it was over, they saw Ghost stepping on Avon's throat. Vampire or not, if you ever fuck with me, I will end you. These were the last words Avon said before getting his head crushed with a single stomp. Blood and bloody brain matter scattered around. Avon's body frantically twitched for a few moments, until it finally stopped. Everyone who saw the gruesome death of Duke Avon felt shivers running down their spines. When Michael's gaze swept across the battlefield, the soldiers from both sides took a step back in fear. After the death of Duke Avon, the Flamefare soldiers lost their spark to fight. Honestly, they had no reason to fight. With no leader to lead them, it would be pointless for them to continue. Hence, one by one, they let go of their weapons and dropped to their knees. Under their terrified eyes, Michael crouched down near the Duke and scooped up a sample using a vial. Compared to the elder vampire he and No fought, Duke Avon was a couple of times stronger. Michael wanted to further test the samples to improve his anti-vampire potions. This proved to be a fruitful thing for Michael. He not only managed to kill and make an example out of Avon, but also leveled up. When he was about to turn around and leave, he heard Xavier's voice. Stop. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 646 Ghost Attack. Alicia. Michael halted his steps. Judging by the voice, Michael could tell it was the old man who valiantly faced 20 or so men at the same time. As Michael expected, when he turned around, he saw the old man galloping towards Michael. The war between the two opposing armies completely stopped. The Flamefare soldiers were on their knees, hoping Pentown and Icefair dukes would be merciful. Everyone stood far away from the ashen circle around Michael. His rings of flame torched everyone on its path, forming this circle. Except for the Duke's body, everything was nothing but ash. Looking at Xavier moving toward his son, Ethan quickly recalled everything that happened between Ghost and Peter. He leaped into the air and landed beside Xavier with Alicia. Who are you? The old man asked Michael. I go by the name Ghost, Michael calmly answered the old man. To Michael's surprise, the old man's face twitched. A hint of shock and anger glimmered in his eyes. But the anger soon faded away from Xavier's eyes. Do you know who I am? Asked Xavier. Michael noticed Alicia's cold gaze on him. And Michael just chose to ignore her completely. No idea, Michael shrugged. When the surrounding soldiers heard Michael, they frowned. How could Ghost say he doesn't know the demon and the sword master of Aragoth? It was preposterous. Everyone in the Elon continent knew Xavier Belafort. They immediately thought Ghost was being arrogant. However, the old man looked into Ghost's eyes, realizing the young man really have no idea about his identity. I am Xavier Belafort. The old man introduced himself. Belafort, huh? The last name of Alicia. Michael quickly made the connections, realizing the old coot was the cold bitch's family member, probably her grandfather. Still, Michael couldn't care less about Xavier or his family. You put my grandson in the Guardian Guild's crosshair, said Xavier. Michael couldn't tell whether the old man was making a statement or being furious about what he had done to Peter, Alicia's brother. Your grandson is just facing the consequences of his actions. Just like Duke Avon here. Michael looked at the mangled body of Duke Avon at his feet. You humiliated him. He doesn't deserve that, Alicia growled. This is not a place for this conversation. We have so much to take care of. Ethan tried to defuse the situation before it further escalated. He did not want his son Ghost to put on his Dark Lord robes and kill Xavier overnight. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Michael did not respond to Alicia. Instead, he looked at Ethan. Sorry for the delay in the shipment, Lord Ethan. It won't happen again. When he was about to leave the place, Alicia stopped Michael again. My grandfather didn't give you permission to leave. Ghost's lips curved upwards, forming an arrogant smirk. I don't need your grandfather's permission to leave. I can leave whenever I want. This is a battlefield. Here the commanders of the armies hold the power. When you are here, you're bound to obey the commanders. Michael was surprised to hear the weird rules. Is that the rule? Michael looked around calmly to see several soldiers, not including Lord Ethan. Since Gaia was not with him, Michael didn't know the rules about the battlefield. To be honest, he didn't expect someone to come up with a rule like this. It made Michael wonder who put this rule. Luckily for Michael, the situation brought him a chance to put Alicia in her place. This war is between Flamefair and Pentown allied with Icefair. Since you don't belong to either, what you did will be treated as a crime. Lord Xavier, he was a vampire. Ethan's voice turned grave. If it wasn't for his son appearing at that time, both he and Alicia would have been either turned or drained of blood. Instead of thanking Ghost, Xavier tried to bound Ghost with a rule, which was very unlikely of Xavier. Ethan had a feeling this old man has something else in his mind. Whether it was revenge for what Ghost did to his grandson or something else, Ethan did not know. A glimmer of shock could be seen in the old man's eyes when Ethan revealed Duke's secret. Not only the Duke, but the surrounding soldiers had also begun to murmur. Many gasped in shock. Vampire or not, he was a Duke and he's an outsider. Xavier looked at Michael. He killed a Duke and it's a crime. You have to come with us peacefully to answer for your crime to His Majesty, Porter Forbes. Hearing the old man, Michael felt annoyed. These dumb weaklings were actually trying to arrest him. Usually, Michael would antagonize influential people like Xavier. However, Xavier belonged to the Belafort family. The ship of allying or being on friendly terms with them had long passed. Hence, Michael gave no shit about the old man. Besides, Michael was in a league of his own. Letting these puny families like Belafort bully him was the exact opposite of badassness. Looking at the gentle smile on Ghost's face fade away, Ethan's heart skipped a beat. This is getting annoying. If you want to stop me from leaving, go ahead. But remember this, I warned you, said Michael. Ethan saw the glimmering killing intent in his eyes. He killed the Duke to save me and Alicia. If His Majesty wants to hold anyone accountable, I will talk to him. Ethan interjected. He tried to calm the situation, but unfortunately, calming Ghost was not an option anymore. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. I don't give a damn about her. Michael's words stunned everyone around. Who are we kidding here? You want to get back at me for what I did to Peter? Michael turned his cold gaze from Ethan to Xavier. You can think whatever you want, young man, replied Xavier. There was a calmness in his voice that even surprised Michael. And you are welcome to do whatever you want. Golden bolts of lightning crackled around Michael's hands. The sound of crackling lightning bolts amplified when the wind around Michael started to swirl. Every soldier in the vicinity took a step back in utter fear. Except for Alicia, who stepped forward without a shred of fear in her eyes. To everyone's astonishment, Xavier took a step back, letting Alicia take the lead. He put his hands behind his back and watched Alicia unsheath her silver sword to fight Ghost. But suddenly, the bolts of lightning disappeared from his hand. The swirling wind died down and everything went back to normal. You think you can stop me? Ha ha. Michael chuckled. You think of me as your enemy, right? But to be honest, I don't. Michael slowly shook his head. Hearing these words, Ethan felt relieved. However, his relief was only short-lived. To be my friend, there are no standards. You can be a man, woman, rich, poor, or sick, I don't care. But to be my enemy, you need standards. Michael emphasized the word standard. His voice became colder. You are not in my league to be my enemy. In fact, no one is. Do you know why? Because I am in a league of my own. As he said, Michael released his aura of a fusion stage cultivator. Immediately, the others around Michael felt immense pressure on them. Some of them could hardly breathe. A veteran like Xavier and Ethan had only sensed such a powerful aura from a fusion stage cultivator. Did he reach the fusion stage? Ethan questioned himself. Alicia, stop. Ethan was caught off guard as Alicia dashed at Ghost with her sword raised. She boosted her speed with a spell that left a trail of ice on her steps. The temperature around them dropped by several degrees. Her eyes glimmered like diamonds. Even at this moment, Xavier remained calm instead of stopping his granddaughter. Honestly, Xavier wanted Ghost to defeat Alicia. Only that way, Alicia could untie the knot in her head. Ever since Ghost humiliated Peter, Alicia had been dwelling and burning with rage. Her anger even affected her relationship with Noah. Xavier noticed everything. Since Alicia was not someone who would listen to him obediently, Xavier wanted Alicia to learn the hard way. The old man lived long enough to see that sometimes they need to let go of their hatred to move forward. So Xavier hoped Alicia would accept her defeat in Ghost's hands and move forward with her life. He had seen many warriors moving forward with their lives once they got beaten by people who they deemed their lifelong enemies. In a few blinks of an eye, Alicia closed the gap between her and Ghost. When she reached him, she swung the sword as fast as she could. Michael simply retracted his black shield when her sword was just a few inches away from him, successfully parrying her attack. Stunned by his parry, Alicia lost her balance for a moment. Without giving any time for Alicia to react, Michael channeled every bit of celestial energy to his fist. Boom! Michael punched her in the gut, and at the same time his fist collided with her gut, he cast the wind blast. Coupled with the force of his punch, the wind blast sent Alicia flying like a rag doll. Even Xavier did not expect such a result. She was in the air for a minute, almost flying for 100 meters before hitting the ground again. A single punch. That was all it took for Michael to defeat Alicia. The cultivation gap between them was huge. He was at fusion stage level 7, and Alicia was only at the core strengthening stage level 2. If Michael wanted, he could have killed Alicia with a single bolt of lightning. The only reason he held back was Rowena and Noah. He did not want to draw Rowena's attention, which was equal to drawing Skyhall's attention. As for Noah, Michael knew it wasn't the right time to be Noah's #1 target. Simply put, killing Alicia had more drawbacks than benefits. The soldiers looked completely stunned. Under their shocked gazes, Michael cracked his fist. If anyone wants to stop me, they are welcome to try. As he said, Michael shot to the sky like a rocket and disappeared from sight. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 647. Headmaster of Mazeroth returns back in Ukulun Realm. Wulfric finally returned to his office with his trusty white royal dragon. The office was divided into 3 areas. The first area of the office contained the headmaster's portraits as well as cabinets, and tables filled with Wulfric's instruments. There was also a fireplace. The second area contained the headmaster's desk and chair, and was surrounded by bookcases. The third area was a small sitting room behind the desk. Wulfric looked tired. Dark circles could be seen around his eyes. When he plunged onto his chair, he sighed, taking a long deep breath. Master. The white dragon landed on the table filled with parchments and books. Hearing the gentle voice of his dragon, Wulfric let out a tired smile. What is it? Asked Wulfric, although he looked like he knew what she was going to ask him. She made her choice. You cannot protect her and her family forever. Eventually, someone will notice you're tampering with the surveillance spell. Any oblivious man could sense the heaviness in the dragon's voice. It had been 20 years since Wulfric started to sneak into the Sky Hall and tamper with the surveillance spell put on Harriet and her family. The tampering with the spell took a toll on him, as the spell was cast by several immortal beings. So tampering with them was no easy task. Destiny cannot be meddled with, Hadolf. I am just merely letting destiny take its course, said Wulfric. His voice sounded calm, wise and serene as always. Isn't what you've been doing counts as meddling, master? Asked Hadolf. I thought like that once, Hadith, and it cost the lives of millions. That was the price I paid to learn about my destiny. Hadolf was surprised to see the pain and grief in Wulfric's eyes. She had been with him for almost 5 centuries. In that time, she had never seen Wulfric harm a life, not a single one. So she wondered what he was talking about. Maybe something happened before I met him, thought Hadolf. His power is growing at a rate we have never expected, Master, said Hadolf to change Wulfric's mind. Good. It's time I meet him in person. Unless he chose not to come here again. Wulfric turned his gaze to the copper bowl filled with crystal clear water on the table. Gradually, a dark cloud turned the clear water into a dark sludge. He could hardly see a silhouette of a man through the dark sludge. What about the other one? Asked Wulfric. At this point in time, he is much weaker than him. But Elder Galaniel seems to have something in mind. Elder Galaniel was the lady trying to enslave the god of light. Along with Devedin and Thorfinn, she planned to cast a forbidden spell on Noah, when he was to step into his godhood. Although Hadolf felt Galaniel was planning something, the dragon didn't know what. After all, Galaniel might not be the strongest but the most cunning among the elders. Unlike the other elders, Galaniel lived among the mortals instead of in a pocket dimension. However, the mortals were oblivious to the fact they were living with the celestial being. She was a god walking the world. With a simple nod, Wulfric waved his hand as the black sludge slowly cleared. Eventually, when the black sludge completely disappeared, a bright light emerged from the bottom of the copper bowl. Luckily, the bright light was not as strong as the black sludge. Hence, Wulfric and Hadolf could see a young man dressed in white and a young woman in light blue robes walking through a lush valley. There is a powerful source of energy in the pocket dimension, said Hadolf. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Any dangers? Asked Wulfric. Not any they cannot prevail against, answered Hadolf. So they want Noah to grow stronger. Wulfric could sense Thorfinn's energy signature from the pocket dimension. A powerful energy source like the one in the pocket dimension would have at least several immortal beings protecting. But there were no such protectors in the pocket dimension. It was clearly a setup made by Thorfinn for Noah to become stronger. If he could see this, there was no doubt Andreas would do too. Devdin's handiwork, Wulfric mumbled under his breath, looking at Yasmin Watson. A soul that didn't belong to her body was living inside. Wulfric could see it as clear as day. Despite Wulfric's attempts to keep the Winstons safer, the Skyhall always managed to influence their lives somehow. Wulfric sighed inside. The puppeteer and the brutal Viking of Skyhall had taken an interest in Noah's life. It was nothing short of bad luck for Noah. Wulfric just hoped Andreas could help Noah avoid these powerful beings. Master, do you think Elder Galaniel is behind this? Asked Hadolf. Maybe, maybe not. But it's up to Andreas and Noah to navigate through the upcoming storm. As much as Wulfric liked to warn Andreas, he simply couldn't. A simple mistake on his part would put everyone he was trying to protect in danger. How long you're planning to protect them from the Skyhall, Master? Asked Hadolf. Ever since Diana chose to protect her son, it was Wulfric who prevented the Skyhall from hunting her down. After they sent Diana's child Dean to the prison Earth, Skyhall ordered Diana to live and die as Diana. Otherwise, they would not only kill her but also kill her entire family except Noah. True to their word, they put on a curse that halted Harriet's cultivation. Despite the curse, Wulfric saw Harriet hunt down several cultivators stronger than her. The curse was still in her soul, yet she was somehow getting stronger. Only if the Skyhall had noticed this through their surveillance spell, they would have taken the entire family and tortured them to know how Harriet was evading the curse to get stronger. Until they all escaped the Skyhall's grasp. I remember the Skyhall used to care for mortals, protect the world and ensure its prosperity, Wulfric sighed. What changed, Master? Lady Chingio. She came close to controlling the one thing that shouldn't be controlled. Time. Wulfric wasn't even born when Chingio built an array that enabled her to travel through time. Until then, she ruled the Skyhall and protected the mortals. The golden age of Skyhall, and for the mortals. Under her rule, immortals appeared like stars in the evening sky among mortals. But every good thing had to come to an end. The golden age came to an end in the form of the time-traveling array. Whatever Qinjiu saw in the future completely drove her to madness. The prophecy that changed the world forever was born when she returned from the future. The name Dark Lord came into existence. You've never told me what happened to Lady Qinjiu's friends? The founders of Mazeroth? Asked Hadolf. No one knows. The texts, books, scripts, all talk about Lady Qinjiu but not the others. Other than their specialization and they found Mazeroth together, we don't know anything else about the others. When it comes to Lady Qinjiu and her friends, Andreas knew more than him. It wouldn't be an understatement to say Andreas was crazy about the founders of Mazeroth. He explored many ancient ruins and almost died several times in the search to uncover more information about Archer Crook, Ingrid Stenham, and Karjan Pavlovich, the founders of Mazeroth as well as Qinjiu's best friends. Master, do you think they are still alive? This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net Wulfric was surprised by Hadil's question. To be honest, he himself wondered the same. Even Skyhall's secret library had no answer about their status. Many believed Qinjiu ascended to Angel's realm while some believed she was injured by the Dark Lord when she traveled to the future and died. However, no one really knew what had really happened to Qinjiu. But Wulfric really doubted Qinjiu would have let the Skyhall run amok if she was alive. They are not here. I know that for sure. If they were here, this world wouldn't have been in such a mess. Hours passed in a blink of an eye. Finally, Wulfric focused on all the parchments on his table. In his pursuit to safeguard his disciple Harriet, he neglected his duties as headmaster of Mazeroth. He read the parchments one by one. After reading a bunch, he learned about everything that had transpired in his absence. Master, look. While he was reading Kayla Martin's letter, Wulfric heard Hadil's voice. She came flying to him carrying a golden parchment under her claws. What is it? It's from the Holy Maiden. Wulfric placed the letter on the table and grabbed the parchment in Haldith's hands. The parchment was cold as ice. When he opened the parchment, he saw a request written by Rowena in beautiful handwriting. The handwriting put a smile on Wulfric's face. Just like her mother. What does it say, Master? Asked Hadolf. She was curious to see what was on the letter after seeing Wulfric smile. There is a rule in place when a holy maiden reaches the fusion stage. She needs to undergo the curricular of Mazeroth as a student in disguise, Hadolf nodded. It seems like she doesn't want to come to Mazeroth as a student. So she wants me to reject her admission. That little demon, Wulfric chuckled. Can you actually reject the holy maiden, Master? Hadolf was surprised. Yes, but I want. This might be a perfect opportunity for Rowena to meet her little brother. Since Rowena would come to Mazeroth in disguise and Skyhall didn't know the Dark Lord was actually a student of Mazeroth, Wulfric thought it would be a perfect situation for a family reunion. As a holy maiden, Rowena was required to be proficient in all specializations. So she would be a student in each specialization for a year. It would be hard not to meet the alchemist who beat the hell out of someone from the warrior house. Simply put, she was destined to meet her little brother. Are you planning to do something, Master? A wry smile merged on Hadil's face. She moved closer to Wulfric with a doubtful look. I have no reason to reject her. I think fate is planning to let her and her brother meet. I am not going to stand in their way. But Master, what if the Skyhall learns the truth about him? Instead of an answer, Wulfric just smiled. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 648. The Vampire Death Squad. A few hours before Duke Avon's death. Before going to the outside world, Avon wanted to relax a bit. He made his way to the empty rooms in the corridor. When he twisted the golden knob, he was welcomed by a cozy yet empty room. Except for the antique brown sofa set and the fireplace, the room had nothing. He entered the door, closing the door behind him. Above the fireplace, there was a lamp. He pulled the lamp as the scenery transformed. In a blink of an eye, the cozy room changed into a cozy tavern. As he appeared in the tavern through teleportation, clapping hands and amazing but unknown scents welcomed him. It was near impossible to see what was outside the tavern through the large, stained glass windows. One thing was sure, suppose anyone stood outside, they would hear a lot of beer glasses clinking. The bartender, who was a man with a handlebar mustache and thick sideburns, was a little preoccupied behind the bar, but still managed to welcome Duke Avon with a wink. Duke Avon looked around the tavern in awe. Marble pillars supported the upper floor and the lights attached to them. The walls were loaded with hundreds of memorabilia, all signed and most likely donated by customers. These memorabilia mostly included skulls, heads of various animals, and pelts. For an exclusive vampire tavern, it was completely packed. Several long tables were occupied by happy, excited groups of vampires. Some were dancing on the table, while others cheered them on by clapping and yelling. The other, smaller tables were also occupied by vampires who were probably starting to reach the point of having drunk too much, though nobody seemed to mind. Even most of the stools at the bar were occupied. Avon heard about the tavern from Trista. Supposedly, this was where the vampires get together to blow off steam and do some interesting stuff. These were her words. To be honest, the tavern looked no different than any tavern in Flamefair. Though something about this palace made Avon feel at home, feel comfortable. Perhaps he was with his fellow vampires, or just the sweet scent of fresh blood brewed by the bartender. On the outside, the vampires looked no different than mortals. However, some of the vampires automatically drew Avon's attention. One of them was a big burly man with a long beard and mane-like brown hair. He stood at least 7 feet, the tallest one in the tavern. He had a gigantic axe on his back, and he was practicing his aim by throwing little axes onto a wall. HRGH. The man acknowledged Avon with a single nod and what sounded like a beastly growl. In stark contrast to the big burly man, a thin short figure with a receded forehead sat in the corner alone. He was feasting on a bloody steak that somehow didn't look like normal meat of any kind. Instead of forks and knives, he was eating them with his hands. Blood and sauces spurted out. Unlike the big burly man, he didn't do anything when he saw Avon. That was for the best, Avon thought, and moved on. Next, he saw a sturdy muscular man sharpening his red dagger. He wore a loose shirt that revealed his hairy yet chiseled chest. His eyes were calm, but there was something predatory about his eyes. With just a thick mustache, he looked extremely domineering. The final figure who caught Avon's eyes was an alluring blonde young woman. She was perfect to the point Avon couldn't remember meeting someone as beautiful as this woman. Her hourglass figure coupled with the dark thick lipstick would make anyone's heart skip a beat. Such a marvelous beauty. When she saw Avon staring at her without blinking an eye, she let out a seductive smile. Eventually, after so much gawking, Avon made his way to the bar counter. "Duke Avon, I presume," the bartender said in a thick, intimidating voice. In the flesh, Avon took off the dark hood covering his face because he saw no need to hide his face among them. "If I may, don't go with the hard liquor just yet." The bartender pointed at the bubbling red liquid inside a glass barrel. It was blood, not animal blood but pure mortal blood. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. I am Donovan, and this, the bartender pulled down a lever, pouring fresh beer into a large mug, "is on the house." Avon grinned, taking the mug, raising it, and emptying the beer down his throat. Avon stunned Donovan by emptying the beer in one gulp. "You're not bad for a noble, Duke." Donovan poured a mug of beer himself before pouring another one for Duke Avon. "So how does it feel to be a, how do the mortals call us, vampires?" "Pretty powerful," Avon chuckled. Despite it being just beer he drank, he was feeling kinda drunk. The beer was brewed for the vampires and Duke Avon's body still hadn't completed changing yet. So just a mug of beer made Avon drunk. That had never happened before. As minutes passed by, Avon and Donovan went from strangers to buddies. Eventually, the topic turned to the vampires who stood out in the crowd. "So Donovan, I saw some dash, they are the Death Squad." Before even Avon could finish his question, Donovan answered his question. Avon's face was void of any expression. "Death Squad?" Avon slightly tilted his head. "Think of them as elite assassins with a special set of skills. Take him for example." Donovan pointed at the big burly man who was still throwing axes to the wall. "That's Bear. He's anything but finesse. He opts for brutal, butchering his target switch-axe style. When you make a statement or an example, that's your man. Afterward, Donovan pointed at the skinny man butchering the steaks with his yellow teeth. He's Snake. He likes to keep to himself. Not a great conversationalist, but a great killer. Like his name suggests, he poisons his targets. Mortal believes once you hit the fusion stage, you're immune to poisoning. Snake over there begged to differ. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Needus Donovan mentioned, the people do believe that once a cultivator reaches the fusion stage, they would become immune to all poisons. However, that wasn't entirely true. Although a fusion stage cultivator would be immune to most poisons, there were several poisons that were powerful enough to kill them. They were extremely rare to get as they tend to be here in the vilest and most dangerous places. Avon expected Donovan to describe either the man sharpening his dagger, or the angelic woman next. To his surprise, Donovan pointed at a duo of young vampires drinking and laughing at a table a couple of meters away from him. These two did not stand out in the crowd at all. As far as Avon could tell, except for their races, they looked pretty normal. One was a dwarf with all the typical dwarven features such as a long beard, a big pot belly, and messy long hair. The one sitting next to him was a typical elf with striking golden hair and a perfect jaw structure. The dwarf is Grey Wolf and the other is White Wolf. Don't let their looks fool you. When it comes to killing, their abilities are second to none. They specialized in making a high-profile assassination look like a street crime. A dwarf and an elf, huh? Duke Avon looked at them with a surprised look on his face. In this world, the dwarves and elves hated each other for some reason. Their enmity was like a cat and a mouse. They didn't know why they hated each other. Nonetheless, they hated each other to the core. Many knew that if you put a dwarf and an elf in the same room, the odds of murder were pretty significantly higher. No one knows how exactly they became friends. We only know several decades ago, Grey Wolf was a commander under the Dwarven King, and White served the Empress. Rumors have it that each was part of an elite group in their respective nations, until something happened. Now here we are, two birds killing folks happily. It's almost like a fairy tale, Donovan exclaimed. Finally, Donovan turned his gaze toward the young woman who sat a couple of stools next to Avon. Despite being the prettiest woman in the tavern, no one dared to approach her. That's Spider. She was born to an elven father and a human mother. Hated her elven dad, and loathed her mother and authority. Ran away from home at 14. She spent her next couple of decades under the tutelage of Elder Lenora. But that's a story for another time. Spider lures her marks in the most old-fashioned of ways with her beauty. When they least expect it, she unleashes the fury like a woman scorned. She's an expert swordswoman and a nasty bitch with a bow and arrows. There's a rumor going around that she keeps her male victims' nether regions in a trophy case at home. I don't know how true that is, but if it is, that's some shitload of. Donovan just winked without finishing his sentence. He let Avon fill out the last word. If I were you, I would stay as far as possible from her, Donovan said, lowering his voice. Then he quickly pointed his finger at the man sharpening his dagger. He's called Puma, a hunter turned assassin. He's the one you call him when you want to take out a powerful high-profile target silently. Elder Lenora met him one day during one of his hunts, and took an interest in him. This is just a rumor, but some say he almost hunted down Elder Lenora, and when his hunt reached the end game, Elder Lenora was impressed by him and turned him and gave him teleportation talismans. Teleportation talismans? Duke Avon took a long sip of his beer. Yeah. There are a lot of complications killing a cultivator where they are strong. So he teleports them to a special hunting ground in the southern continent, and hunts them down like rabbits, said Donovan. So how does this death squad work? You go there, pay them and name the target, asked Avon. Hell no. They are not those cheap knockoff reapers. They are the elite killers. See that box over there? Donovan pointed at a wooden box hanging on the wall on the other side. You write the name of the target, why you want them dead, and how you want them dead, and put it in the box. But remember this, you cannot write any name but only those who have committed a crime against our kind, or the close ones to our kind. No one knows who takes the box and reads the contents inside. But once you put the name, a pigeon will come carrying the payment receipt. You pay them by putting all your gold coins in a space ring, and giving it to the pigeons. Once that's done, your target will be dead within a week. After the payment has been made, there's no stopping. Chapter 649. How Michael became Ghost-Eye. Almost 20 years ago on Earth, the Browning Street was emptier than usual due to all the riots in the nearby city. Buildings on the weather side of the Browning Street looked worn out, as though they would collapse any second. It had been a couple of decades since a building got new paint. The paved stone streets were all broken and messed up. As a result, the streets had more puddles than gray stones. Due to the high crime rate in this part of the city, the street was void of any taxis or crowds. Except for a couple of junkies in the dark alley, there was no one. Despite the afternoon time, the Browning Street looked gloomy because of the dark storm clouds above. The lines of buildings on either side were built to put as many people as possible within. Thus the architecture looked like buildings made of matchboxes, no style and no class. They were built to reduce the slum population. In one of those buildings, painted with white but now turned gray, a man wearing a fedora looked down the street from the 20th floor. The man was way out of place as he wore a black tuxedo, Oxford shoes, a black tie, and a fedora hat. He was neither too young nor too old, probably mid-30s or early 40s. His stubble beard and hazel eyes gave him a friendly charm to any strangers to trust him. He looked at the street below, where an old man was lying in a pool of blood. His arms and legs looked crooked, as his head was mangled by hitting the ground with such force. Another one down. The man wearing the fedora smiled. He took out a notebook from his inner coat pocket and crossed a name off the list with a pencil. After putting the notebook and the pencil inside, he turned around and left the balcony. Silence fell over the Browning Street. Even up to this moment, no one had seen the dead body lying in the street. The junkies hiding in the dark alley were busy snorting white powder. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed eventually. The man climbed down all the 20 stairs to the ground level. He threw one last look at the dead body before disappearing into one of the dark alleys. To an oblivious man, the man fell from his balcony and died. But only a few knew that it was an assassination. The dead man was a CEO of a pharmaceutical company who was living in the Browning Street until he could leave the country. He committed various frauds and pissed off too many powerful people. When these powerful people want a certain someone to disappear, they would call a shadow organization known as the Underworld. It was a glorified name for a society full of criminals, assassins, and drug kingpins. Since the CEO had his own special force people guarding him in what he thought was a safe house, the underworld put their best to work. Spectre. He was the deadliest assassin in the world. Once someone ends up on Spectre's hit list, no one can save them, not even the most powerful law enforcement. After killing his target, Spectre calmly walked down the dark alleys. He always felt the need to do something else after an assassination. He called this feeling post-murder tension. Normally he would take a long walk, go to a park or visit some exclusive escorts. I am getting bored. Spectre stretched his muscles. Not only physically, but he was also mentally exhausted. When he took out his first target, he was 15 years old. It had been 30 years since he entered the assassination business. The spark of killing people once he had slowly dimmed out. But he knew very well that there was no retirement for an assassin like him. There would be always more people who need killing, and the clients always liked to work with the best. The underworld was not a place he could go and sign out his retirement. The second best assassin could always try to end him so they could become the number one. The best way he could come up with was getting a disciple, a murdering protege, or a group of prodigies, train them, and let them do his work. That way, Spectre could sit back and enjoy his life a bit. He would be 40 next month, and it would take at least a decade for him to train someone. Unfortunately, there wasn't a place to get prodigies with murdering brains. He wanted someone young, someone who didn't fear the strong, and someone who would be willing to kill without blinking an eye. As he was pondering about his future, he heard a commotion nearby. His ears twitched. Usually, Spectre wouldn't poke his nose into where it doesn't belong. But for some reason, he felt curious. What the heck? Spectre shrugged and followed the sound of the commotion. After taking several steps, He reached a corner. He peeked around the corner, standing in the darkness to see a group of men beating the life out of a young kid. The men showed no mercy to the kid. The poor kid looked like he was 10 or 9. He was skin and bones as though he hadn't eaten in weeks. Little twat asking for more than he deserves. What did we tell you about taking this route, huh? This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. The men yelled at the kid without taking a break from kicking the kid. But despite their beating, the kid didn't cry. Instead, he curled into a ball, covering his face and abdomen as though he was used to getting beaten. If we see you in this route again, I will choose one of those little bitches and put the product in their bellies. Got it? A bald, burly man with a body full of tattoos spat on the kid. If Spectre wanted, he could beat the crap out of the 3 of them in a few minutes. Normally, he would have because it was a good outlet for post-murder tension. Even if Spectre killed them, no one would bat an eye. Why? Because they all had a black mamba tattooed on their necks. As a dweller of the underworld, Spectre knew every criminal organization there is. This particular gang specialized in drug and weapons trafficking. As far as law enforcement considered, these guys did not exist. They had no passport, no identity card, or any bank accounts in their names. Suppose Spectre killed them, the gang would clear the body and evidence for him, because the last thing they would do was seek the help of the police. However, Spectre did not do such a thing. Instead, his focus was on the little kid on the ground. After such a beating, a grown man would cry, let alone a 9-year-old kid. At first, Spectre thought the kid had lost consciousness, but he was proven wrong when the kid uncurled himself, crawled towards a dumpster, and got to his feet using the dumpster as support. His ragged clothes were torn and had countless holes. When he finally got back to his feet, Spectre saw the boy throw out blood due to the beating. What are you holding in your hands? Spectre saw the kid holding something inside his shirt. Even when he was getting kicked like a human football, the kid curled into a ball, protecting something. To Spectre's surprise, it was a piece of bread. The kid wiped off the blood running down his mouth, and finally stopped throwing out blood. For a moment, Spectre lost his interest in the kid. It looked like a typical orphan stealing bread from the wrong place. Thousands of kids died of hunger each year. There was nothing Spectre could do or nothing he would do. As far as he was concerned, these kids were born to suffer. When he was about to turn and leave, Spectre saw something that made him frown. Instead of running away, the kid went to the doorstep and spat on the door. One day, I am going to kill every single one of you. The kid spat at their doorsteps. Spectre's mind played a trick on him by creating a dark cloud around the kid for a moment. As a killer, Spectre could tell the difference between a born killer and a temper tantrum throwing kid. That kid wasn't being angry. He was just giving Spectre a glimpse of the killer hiding within him. When the kid turned around, he saw the predatory eyes of the kid. They were not of an angry kid but a killer's. A true-born killer. What an interesting find. Spectre was amused and slightly excited. Thus, he followed the kid who limped away from the door. Thanks to the dark alleys and way too many dumpsters, Spectre was able to follow the kid without getting detected. Still, the kid surprised him by turning back, looking around to see if anyone was following him. Spectre felt like he was following a tricky little assassin. Eventually, the kid reached what looked like an abandoned manor, near a stinky polluted river. The water in the river was as black as tar and smelled like a public toilet, and a used diaper with a baby. Near the manor, Spectre noticed several large concrete tubes. Subsequently, several children and a young woman were standing inside the tube. When they saw the limping kid, the children cheered. Kind Heart Orphanage. Spectre read the worn-out board handing on the manor. He wondered why these children were outside instead of staying inside the manor. Luckily, there were several construction materials between Spectre and the kid, so he used them as a cover to get close enough to see what was happening. But when Spectre got close, he noticed the brand new state-of-the-art CCTV cameras fit around the manor. Interesting. Spectre couldn't help but wonder why an orphanage needs high-tech CCTV cameras. No matter how many cameras they had, they weren't a challenge for the #1 assassin in the world. He moved swiftly through the concrete materials, avoiding the cameras like a fish in the sea. Eventually, Spectre reached a concrete tube next to the tube where the children were staying. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 650 How Michael Became Ghost 2-inch Michael, what happened to you? Spectre heard a concerned voice of a young girl. Judging by the voice, Spectre would say the girl was in her teenage years, probably 18 or 19. The usual, said the kid named Michael. The other children surrounded him. Looking at the bruises on his face, the young girl knelt down to match his height. Her eyes watered. Where is the sister? Asked Michael. Inside, one of the children whispered. Silence fell over them for a moment, until the thunder rumbled in the distance. Here. Eat this. Michael gave the piece of bread he was hiding inside his shirt to the young girl. Where did you get this? Is this why you're looking like this? The girl questioned Michael. Tears began to roll out of her eyes. She was an orphan, not stupid. By the bruises and the blood coming out of the cuts on his little body, she could guess where he went to get the bread. Those bastards. The girl embraced Michael in a big hug. Her body shivered, crying her eyes out. Although they were orphans, they grew up as a family. As far as she was concerned, Michael was her little brother, and he thought of her as his sister too. That was why he risked himself to steal a piece of bread from the place where the gang members packed their drugs. Usually, those gangsters would kill any stranger who dares to enter their building. But Michael wasn't a stranger to them. They used Michael and some of the children in the orphanage as drug mules. To the outside world, Kind Heart was an orphanage, but in reality, it was a gang hideout where the vilest and the sickest criminals did their business. The orphanage was just a cover-up. Okay, stop crying and eat this. You haven't eaten anything for 3 days, said Michael. He smiled despite all the pain to make Ruby stop crying. Instead, his smile hiding the pain only made her sobbing worse. Because of what she did, the thugs kicked them out of the manor as a punishment. One of the vilest creatures went by the name of Orso wanted Ruby to warm his bed. She refused, yet her struggles were futile against him. He abused her despite how many times she begged him. He took pleasure in making her life miserable. A few days ago, he was drunk and wanted to force himself upon Ruby as usual. However, she struggled. As a result, he threw her and the children outside. They were living in the concrete tube for 3 days. They did not even give them water. So whenever Michael trafficked drugs from one area to another through the sewers or dark alleys, he would often make a detour to bring the children some food. One day he would steal from a bakery, and if he was lucky he would find some food in the dumpsters. He would have shared the one biscuit given to him by the thugs, but if he ever faints on the street, the thugs would not only beat all the children to near death, but also kill a randomly chosen kid from the orphanage to make an example, and to entertain themselves. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Of course, they could give Michael more than a biscuit. But they wanted Michael to look as pitiful as possible, so the lawmen would take pity instead of bothering to search him. More than logic, the thugs went with their instincts to torture them. So they made the lives of the kids hellish. No. You need this more than me. I am not hungry. Ruby shook her head. I am not stupid, Ruby. Eat this, or I will shove it down your throat myself. Spectre almost chuckled, hearing the little man threatening the girl. As for you all, I will go for a run tonight. I will definitely get something from that fat baker. Ruby immediately shook Michael's body. No. The last time you tried to steal from him, he almost killed you, her voice stuttered. To everyone's surprise, Michael just chuckled. But here I am. He beats me, but that fatso doesn't take back what I take from him. A pie might be enough for all of you to share. No, Mikey. You don't have to do this. We are not hungry. Some of the other kids who were old enough to see what was going on shook their heads. Just shut up, everyone. I got this. Spectre was amazed by the kid's confidence and the way he talked. Just by looking at the beating he took, Spectre could tell how the kid's life must be. Still, he was willing to go through a beating again just to bring some food to the others. Even a heartless killer like Spectre felt pity for Michael. Are you going to eat this or not? Michael asked Ruby. Seeing the resolve in his eyes, She knew there was no point arguing with him. Finally, Ruby took a bite out of the bread. It wasn't a big bite as she had to share it with the others. 1 piece of bread for 7 people. It was hardly enough for anyone, but they managed to share it with everyone. The kids even picked up the crumbs that fell to the ground and ate them in hunger. While they were eating the bread, Michael came outside the concrete tube away from the eyes of everyone in it. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net Spectre peeked outside to see the kid looking at the sky with a wide open mouth. Spectre wondered why he was doing that. In a few moments, Spectre got his answer. The kid was waiting for the rain droplets to go down his throat. Obviously, they wouldn't be able to drink the sewage water in the river, so the only clean water source was rain. Spectre waited patiently, looking at the kid catching the rain droplets with his mouth. Slowly, seconds turned minutes, and minutes turned hours. Eventually, the drizzle became a heavy downpour. Even Spectre, who wore clothes from head to toe, shivered in the cold. So it wasn't a surprising image to see the children shivering in the concrete tube. They only had each other to get some body warmth. At this moment, everyone closed their eyes, having dreams and nightmares except 2, Michael and Spectre. The latter's eyes were fixed on Michael. As an assassin, Spectre had excellent eyesight, even in the dark. He could see the kid sharpening a rusty knife. Spectre didn't know where Michael managed to get the knife, but that wasn't the point. He was more curious why the kid was sharpening the knife this late in the night. "What are you up to, kid?" said Spectre. He watched Michael like a hawk. Eventually, he saw Michael crawl out of the concrete tube. He looked at the manor until the last light in a room snuffed out. After darkness completely surrounded the manor, Spectre saw Michael hasting to the manor. Despite the bruises and lack of nutrition, Spectre saw Michael run and parkour over the concrete materials like an expert runner. It was as though the darkness had boosted the kid's power and healed his wounds. Spectre followed Michael, hardly making any noise, and saw Michael climb up the manor as swiftly as a monkey. Standing on the ground, Spectre saw Michael slowly opening a window as quiet as a ninja. "That kid is a natural." Spectre's brows arched. Michael even used the thunderclaps to mask his footsteps and movements. It was simply genius. After Michael entered the manor through the window, Spectre climbed the manor in a few blinks of an eye. He slowly followed the footsteps of Michael into the mansion. As soon as Spectre entered the manor, he was stunned by what he saw. A spacious hall filled with wooden boxes containing high-grade weapons and armor. They had enough weapons to arm a small militia. Every single weapon was military grade worth millions. To Spectre's surprise, there were not as many guards as there should have been. Crouching on one of the ceiling beams way above the wooden crates, Spectre managed to locate Michael and the single guard snoring. Like the other thugs who beat up Michael, the guard snoring also had several tattoos on his body, including the black mamba on his neck. He was a big bald guy with a huge belly who could crush a scrawny kid like Michael with his one arm. Judging by the empty glass liquor bottle around the big thug, Spectre could tell unless a grenade went off near him, nothing could wake up the big guy. Michael slowly crouched to the big thug from behind, as quiet as a mouse. Something told Spectre that Michael had done this before. "Grrrghh." Suddenly the big man growled, swatting the mosquito on his cheek. Michael halted his steps, hid behind one of the crates, and waited for a few minutes to confirm the big thug was still asleep. A few minutes later, he resumed his steps toward the big thug. Currently, there was at least 5 meters distance between Michael and the big thug. Spectre curiously stared at the scene unfolding. Unfortunate for Michael, there were no knives around him except the one in his hand. Even to this moment, Spectre couldn't figure out where the other guards were. But Michael knew. Once a month, all the thugs would leave the weapon depot for an hour to treat themselves to drinking, whoring, and beating out poor kids in the name of entertainment. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Finally, it was time to make Rubus' life a little bit better. The closer Michael got to the thug, the more Spectre felt excited. Anticipation was killing him. He couldn't wait to see what Michael was capable of. If Michael really did manage to kill the thug, Spectre wanted to know what comes after the killing. The answer to his question was just a few meters away from Michael and the thug. A large pipe big enough to fit the thug ran from the manor to the river outside. Whenever there was heavy rain, the city would open up the floodgates. Once that happens, the flood would sweep anything in its path to the ocean. Looking at the large pipe and the polythene bag Michael picked up from one of the crates, Spectre figured out the little kid's plan. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 651 How Michael Became Ghost II. Step by step, Michael moved toward the thug, making as little noise as possible. He held the rusty knife in one hand, and a polythene bag used to contain a pistol in the other. When Michael was just a meter away from the thug, he halted his steps, looked around, and took a deep breath, calming himself down. He slowly stood up to match the thug's height. Slowly, he walked toward the thug before plunging the dagger into the thug's throat as fast as he could. Despite his scrawny figure, his strength surprised Spectre. It wasn't easy for a kid like him to penetrate the thug's thick skin with a rusty knife. But Michael made it look so simple and easy. As soon as the rusty knife entered the thug's throat, he growled. Blood spurted out from the wound, but before it could spray over the table and the floor, Michael put the polythene bag around the thug's head. The thug violently struggled. Due to his drunk state, the thug wasn't as strong as he would normally be. Michael wrapped his thin hand around the thug's neck, sighting the rusty knife from one end to another. When Michael's knife reached the larynx, his rusty knife met resistance. As an assassin who slit countless throats, Spectre knew how hard it is to actually kill someone by cutting human throats. It wasn't as easy as the movies showed them to be. Son of. The thug tried to turn his head, grabbing Michael by his neck. However, Michael began to stab the thug's eyes. The thug squirmed, frantically shivering. After stabbing the thug's eye through the polythene bag, Michael immediately followed up by stabbing the thug's throat right in the center. The blood loss, coupled with Michael's surprisingly strong grasp, made the thug slowly lose consciousness. To Spectre's surprise, Michael did not stop stabbing the thug. He ensured the thug stood no chance of surviving or fighting back. Thud. Finally, the thug fell to the ground with the chair. In a blink of an eye, Michael got on top of the fat thug. He plunged the rusty knife through the thug's chin, making sure he didn't yell or scream. Eventually, after so many stabs and much struggle, Michael rolled down the thug's body to the ground. His little chest rose and fell repeatedly. The polythene bag around the thug's head ensured blood from forming a puddle on the ground. Taking a few minutes of rest on the ground, Michael pulled himself to his feet. This is what you get for hurting Ruby. Michael kicked the thug right between his legs to vent the remaining anger in his heart. Silence fell over the warehouse for a moment. In an utter silence, Spectre watched everything with an amused smile on his face. Finally, he had found a proper prodigy to train and impart his skills. He had seen many children of famous killers. They were trained from a little age to become the next generation of killers. But Spectre hadn't seen an intense murdering aura from them like he had sensed from Michael. He was a natural-born killer. With the remaining strength, Michael tried to pull the body toward the large hole on the other side of the warehouse. At the same time, Spectre noticed a few shadows when lightning flashed across the sky. Michael's body tensed when he heard the footsteps. He panicked as any kid should. He hastened his steps, but the thug was heavier than he expected. Why do you have to forget your wallet today of all days, Jamie? The two guards opened the door on the other end. They were on their way to Michael and their colleague. Now that Michael had killed the thug, he only had two choices. Leave the body and run away or try to kill the other two guards. The latter wasn't possible for a scrawny kid like Michael no matter how much of a prodigy he was. So if Michael had to leave the body and run away, the two guards would see the dead body. Of course, at that time, Spectre wouldn't be surprised if the thugs decided to torture each and every kid individually to get the truth. Luckily for Michael, Spectre decided to help his soon-to-be disciple. He simply jumped down from the beam and landed a few meters away from Michael without making a noise. Do you need help with the kid? Michael's muscles went rigid. His eyes opened as wide as they could. He looked up with utter shock to see Spectre walking toward him. Due to the darkness, Michael couldn't see this man's face, but one thing was certain. He didn't belong to this gang. At least he didn't dress like one. There are two guards on their way to right this spot as we speak, Spectre said silently, just loud enough for Michael to hear him. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Michael clenched the bloody rusty knife tighter, threatening Spectre to kill him with his eyes. His eyes were predatory instead of fearing Spectre. Who are you? Michael asked. For the first time, his voice had a slight fear. He didn't fear for his life but for the other children. The fear of letting another child turn into a drug mule like him freaked out Michael. Unlike him, they didn't have the brain to outwit the other gangsters, criminals, and police. They wouldn't survive a week trafficking drugs and weapons from one end to the other under these vile creatures. I've seen what you can do, Michael. Michael was taken aback by shock. How do you know my name? You followed me. Michael realized why he felt like he was being followed this afternoon. I want you to become my student. Michael creased his brows. Despite the fact he had killed a thug in cold blood, he was calm enough to use his brain. What kind of student? How do you like to become an assassin? Michael looked at Spectre from head to toe. You mean a hitman? Asked Michael. He was familiar with the term hitman because he had seen several in the warehouse. He even made some deliveries for them. They were no different from the gangsters but just better at killing people. Potato. If you agree, your life will get much better. The way I see it, you have to lose. Spectre looked around for a moment. I have a family, Michael growled. Although being a drug mule wasn't what he wanted, at least he could be with the others in the orphanage and protect Ruby to an extent. That bastard better be here. Spectre and Michael heard the thugs. Their footsteps sounded louder and louder. Time was running out for Michael. Spectre could escape even without killing the two things, but he doubted Michael could. Time is running out, kid. It's either agreeing to be my student or getting caught by the two thugs. If you are lucky, they will kill you, and don't touch the others. You're a smart kid, you can figure out what they would do to them, can't you? Spectre slowly took a step forward. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. I am anything but lucky, Michael mumbled under his breath. He really didn't expect the other two thugs to show up. They should have been out for at least 2 hours. A single variant fucked up his plan. How can I trust you? You can't. But you have no choice either. Tick-tock, little guy, tick-tock, Spectre slowly said. The thugs got closer to the point Michael could see their shadows. Only a few crates stood between him and the two thugs. Promise me you will put the others in a real orphanage, far away from here, and I will do whatever you want. You got yourself a deal. Spectre extended his hand to shake Michael's hand. For a moment, Michael looked confused as the man seemed like wanting to shake his bloody hand. With a long deep breath, Michael shook his hand. Just like how Spectre recognized Michael as a killer, Michael also had this weird feeling about the man before him. He had been dealing with murderous criminals his whole life, and none of them radiated such an intense killing aura. Michael felt like he had shaken the hands of an ultimate predator. Or so. Where the fuck are you? The two thugs finally walked around the crates to see the silhouettes of Michael and Spectre. What the? They panicked. They reached for the gun in the holsters, but Spectre was faster than them. In a blink of an eye, he took out the silenced pistol on his behind and shot them right between the eyes. Their bodies collapsed to the ground with a thud. Spectre's speed freaked out Michael. He didn't even see what just happened clearly. Cool. Michael couldn't help mumbling under his breath. The stranger startled him with his speed. What now? We take the kids and drop them somewhere safer? Michael tilted his head. Remember, you can kill me, but I will become a ghost and haunt you for the rest of your life. When Michael saw the man remain silent, Michael threatened him. To his surprise, the man just chuckled. You don't need to die to become Ghost Kid. From now on, you don't exist. You're coming with me to a place where no one knows you, and you don't know anyone. In return, I will put the others in a much better place, a real orphanage, and put enough money to take care of themselves the rest of their lives. This was the first hardest decision Michael had ever taken in his life. He trusted a stranger to leave everything behind, even the one person he loved the most, Ruby, so they could have a better life. As far as Ruby and the others were concerned, Michael died in an explosion in the warehouse. As a result, the police rounded them up, and sent them to a much better place where an anonymous donor made a huge sum of deposits in their names to live a lavish life for the rest of their lives. Even to this date, Ruby visited Michael's grave every month like clockwork and named her first son after Michael. Before Spectre went mad and ordered a hit on an orphanage Michael built, Michael always kept tabs on Ruby and saw her from a distance. Seeing her with a family of her own always made everything he did worth it. Not being able to meet Ruby in person was Michael's only regret on Earth. Chapter 652 Hunting Ghost Inside the Floating Castle. Rowena sat inside her room filled with cold mist meditating. Her eyes twitched when he heard footsteps. Slowly, Rowena opened her eyes to see Bai Ning entering the room. She held a golden parchment in her hand. "He didn't reject my application, did he?" asked Rowena. "He didn't, Holy Maiden," said Bai Ning. To her surprise, she saw Rowena sighing. "I expected that." Rowena rose to her feet with grace. The mist slowly moved toward Rowena as she was sucking all the mist in the room. "How long do I have to study there?" asked Rowena. 1 year for each specialization." "For years," said Rowena. She did not like to waste her time studying, but she had no choice. As a holy maiden, she needed to be proficient in each specialization. Deep down, Rowena knew studying in Mazeroth was not a waste of time. Just she had never attended any secrets or academies before in her life, so it was going to be a new experience for her. "You will start your academics in the House of Alchemists. Erase everything you need, Holy Maiden." With a flick of her wrist, Bai Ning took out several items including jade green robes from her space ring. Rowena picked up the silver parchment and opened it. "Ruby, huh? Did you pick this name?" asked Rowena. Her face was void of any expression that Bai Ning couldn't tell whether she liked the name or not. "You have to go to Mazeroth in 3 days, Holy Maiden," said Bai Ning. Throwing the silver parchment aside, Rowena locked her gaze with Bai Ning. "When were you planning to tell me about the vampires, Bai Ning?" asked Rowena. Until Rowena saw the royal news, even she didn't know about the vampires. But she was sure the Sky Hall knew about their existence. It made Rowena wonder why the Sky Hall elders chose not to reveal their existence to her. For a moment, Bai Ning didn't say a word. Silence fell over them. It wasn't a decision made by Bai Ning. Instead, the elders ordered her not to share the vampire's existence with the Holy Maiden. They wanted the Holy Maiden as far as possible from what was happening outside. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Did the elders tell you not to? Bai Ning's heart skipped a beat. Rowena calmly questioned Bai Ning as though she had read the old woman's mind. Bai Ning's silence was more than enough for Rowena to know the answer to her question. "When I ascend to the throne, there will be many changes, Bai Ning." Rowena's words were full of authority and dominance. Although Rowena was chosen to be the Holy Maiden, she would get her full power and authority over the elders only after she ascended to the throne. To take that throne, she needed to reach the immortal stage. Until then, she would only be the Holy Maiden in the name. "My father almost died fighting an elder vampire. Did you know that?" Rowena questioned the old woman again. The old woman has been with her since she was little. However, lately, she had started to have so many secrets. To be more precise, Bai Ning was ordered to keep things from her. Rowena hated secrecy, especially from people who were close to her. What Rowena hated most was she had to learn what had transpired on the battlefield from Andrews. Until Andrews told her what had happened. She didn't know her father almost died fighting an elder vampire. She may haven't fought one yet, but she heard how powerful an elder vampire could be. "You've been keeping so many secrets lately, Bai Ning." Rowena's eyes turned predatory. The cold emanated from her body, creating a thin crystal layer on Bai Ning. "I may not have all the powers, but I can still kill you." Bai Ning took a step back in utter fear. No matter how much resources they poured into swaying her to their side, she always prioritized her family. For Rowena, there was nothing more valuable than family. So when something endangers her family, she would bring the wrath of the Holy Maiden upon them against the elder's wish. As much as she loved her family, she also valued what was wrong and what was right. Otherwise, she would have gone to kill Ghost the moment she learned what he did to Andrews in the tournament. Just like Noah, Rowena also blamed Andrews and felt grateful to Ghost for not killing Andrews when he could have easily. To be honest, Rowena coldly yelled at Andrews for not involving her in his love matter. She could have easily convinced Catherine's father as the Holy Maiden. Who would dare to go against the wish of a Holy Maiden? No one. Simply put, Rowena would go to any length to protect her family and keep them safe. This made the entire Sky Hall fear Rowena, and did their best to keep everything about Harriet from Rowena. As a result, every time Bai Ning thought about Rowena learning the truth about her family and what the Sky Hall did to them, she would break into a sweat in fear. When Rowena turned around, Bai Ning sighed in relief. It felt as if a mountain of pressure had been lifted off her shoulder. Ghost. Rowena thought of Michael. She felt grateful to him. This wasn't the first time he had saved her family. First he saved her sister. Then he saved her mother on the same day from an assassination. Finally, he had saved her father from an elder vampire. Her eyes lost the cold murderous intent and showed a tinge of gentleness. She wanted to meet him. Luckily, Mazeroth had given her a perfect chance to meet him. Back in Eve's castle, Michael was cuddling Gaia on the bed. Since the winter would begin in a few days, the night was cold enough for him to light the fireplace and purchase a thick blanket from the system store. After upgrading the system, purchasing an ancient ice core, and earning a ton of badass points by killing an elder vampire, he took a break from all the chaos and decided to spend some quality time with Gaia. In 4 days, they would have to return to Mazeroth where they cannot sleep like this. So Michael hit the bed early with Gaia and slept cuddling her tight. After learning the truth about Fedora's kind, Nightmare decided to stay with Fedora, so they won't feel alone. The night was calm and peaceful. The only sound that resonated in the room was the firework crackling under the flames and Gaia's soft groans whenever he hugged her tighter. Under the thick blanket, Michael wore nothing but his black sweatpants. Everything was so peaceful and calm until a bright glow appeared above Michael's bed out of nowhere. Michael's eyes abruptly opened. To his suspicion, Gaia wasn't beside him anymore. Instead, all he could see were tall trees. The dried tree leaves crumbled under his breath. He slowly picked himself off the ground and tried to see where he was and how he got there. He looked up at the moonless sky. Then he looked around but didn't move. As far as his eyes could see, there was nothing but trees. It was obvious he was in a forest. But it wasn't a rainforest with a sea of trees and thick foliage. Rather, the forest was a temperate coniferous forest. Yellowish dried leaves blanketed the ground. Judging by the lack of arch energy in the atmosphere, Michael guessed he was somewhere in the southern continent. Which led him to another question. How did he end up here? It seemed to him someone had teleported him because one moment he was in Aar and the other, he was in another continent. But how? That was the question in his mind. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net suddenly, the sound of someone whistling echoed through the forest. This is where the hunters become the hunted. Following the whistle, a calm thick voice sounded in Michael's head. The voice appeared to come from every direction which confused Michael. However, whoever teleported him didn't have an idea that Michael could still use arch energy in the southern continent. As a result, he was able to locate the intruder with his environmental map. To get the full story, Michael pretended to be powerless. It would be unwise to show his true power before learning why he was here and how the man teleported him here. The last time Michael checked, no one except the system could teleport someone into the southern continent. Hello. Michael raised his voice. What is this place? How did I get here? Michael questioned. Michael didn't receive any response. Instead, he saw an arrow fly past him, barely missing his cheek by an inch. Run! Michael noticed the voice turning predatory. It almost sounded like a growl of an animal. Michael rolled his eyes. Then he slowly stepped forward, pretending to be shocked and awed. He wanted to put on an act so whoever kidnapped him would slowly reveal some valuable information. Granted, Michael could always try to catch and torture him. But after realizing his foe might have the power to teleport, Michael didn't want to take any chances. Michael hastened his pace when another arrow shot past him. He was running in the woods wearing nothing but his sweatpants. You can see the true heart of a man when you're out in the woods with a weapon. As soon as these words resonated in the forest, A sword dropped from a tree, landing a meter away from Michael. Michael entertained the one who thought hunting him by picking up the sword. The moment Michael picked the silver sword from the ground, an arrow shot straight toward Michael's head. With a single swing of his sword, Michael cut the arrow in half. Hunting is part of a cycle of life that repeats, the man said. Michael used his X-ray vision while running to locate several traps. All of them were used by hunters. Michael avoided every single trap and the arrows. A worthy prey after a long time. The man who was hunting Michael exclaimed. To track prey, you must first know it as you would a brother. Am I right, Ghost? Asked the man. Chapter 653 Puma. The hunter using the X-ray vision. Michael noticed several traps on his way. One of the traps was connected to a large log above. Once he trips the wire, it would bring down the log in an arc, knocking down the poor soul. To get more information from this hunter, Michael needed to get out of his sight. His mind quickly formed a plan. He slowed down, letting the hunter get a bit close. When the hunter was directly behind him, Michael threw the sword, slashing the tripwire. As soon as the sword cut the wire, a large log came down swinging. With his superior agility, Michael jumped on the log at the speed of a lightning flash and leaped away from its trajectory. The log traveled swinging in the air. For a moment, the hunter's sight moved from Michael. Michael heard a rustling sound. The hunter slid under the log to escape it. Fortunately, the split-second distraction enabled Michael to do something the hunter never had expected. He used the arch energy to get to a treetop with a single leap. Michael jumped from tree to tree, canceling the noise with arch energy. The traps, the quotes the hunter spoke, and everything about this place told Michael the man was obsessed with hunting. A man such as him would have keen senses and tracking abilities. So Michael left no trail for him. After leaping off the log, Michael's feet never touched the ground as he flew a few inches above the ground. Not enough for the hunter to differentiate between running and floating. After leading several trees, Michael willed the system to equip his black dress. Michael manipulated the darkness to cover himself. It was enough for him to blend in with the dark night. Hanging on a tree way above the ground, Michael used thermal vision to track down the hunter. To the naked eye, the hunter was invisible due to the ghillie suit and the darkness. But to Michael, the hunter was clear as day. Michael adjusted his X-ray vision to take a closer look at the hunter slowly moving forward. The man crouched down, looking for food prints or disturbances on the ground to locate Michael. Michael felt like a predator. His mind almost screamed at him to make some clicking noises just for fun. Where are you? The hunter asked Michael. Despite the lack of tracks, the hunter remained calm. He almost sounded amused. The hunter eventually looked up to see if Michael was up in the trees. I can hear your heartbeat, Ghost. To Michael's astonishment, an arrow soared through the hair, hitting the tree just missing his face by a couple of inches. If it wasn't for Michael's superior reflex, the arrow would have penetrated his head right away. Michael immediately leaped onto another tree and yet again. The hunter hit the tree with an arrow as fast as Michael's leap. Hear my heartbeat, huh? Michael smirked. I gotta give it to you, Ghost. You are a damn good climber, the hunter said. There was a bit of admiration in his voice. Thank you. I would shake your hands, but... Michael's words were abruptly cut short when an arrow hit the bark beside him. I will shake your hands. The hunter paused for a moment. After I cut your hand out of your body. Is that so? Michael said, rapidly leaping from one tree to another. Since the trees were closer to each other, the hunter wasn't surprised by his acrobatics. In stark contrast, Michael was using arch energy to leap back and forth. To disorient the hunter once again, Michael ordered the system to form a shield around himself, preventing the hunter from hearing his heartbeat. The hunter's arrows finally stopped hitting the trees. He looked around, frowning behind his suit made of dark leaves. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. While the hunter was searching for Michael, he took out a dagger and cut his palm. As soon as Michael's blood gushed out of his palm, the hunter fired an arrow precisely at the point where Michael touched the tree with his bloody palm. Michael heard the hunter take a long whiff, as though he was smelling the blood. Darkness, hearing heartbeats and smelling blood. He's a vampire. Michael connected the dots and learned the hunter's origins. There was no doubt in his mind. To be more sure, Michael decided to see if the hunter has a regenerative ability. The APD healed the cut on his palm. When the blood disappeared from his hand, Michael leaped from tree to tree. In a few moments, he closed the gap between them and appeared right on top of the hunter. Michael dropped from the tree, landing a few inches behind the hunter. Immediately, Michael slashed the dagger left and right, cutting the hunter's back. Caught off guard, the hunter roared. Blood spurted out from the hunter's cuts. Michael pulled out the camouflage on his body. As expected, Michael saw the wound closing up. With a speed beyond mortal limits, the hunter turned around, swinging the longbow in his hand. Michael quickly leaped back. "You're a vampire," said Michael. The man before him was tall, muscular with broad shoulders, and had a thick mustache. Moreover, his eyes glimmered with killing lust. "Argh!" the man roared as Michael saw the two long fangs. Even in the darkness, the two fangs were visible to the naked eye. A slight surprise emerged in Michael's eyes. Compared to Avon, the vampire before him was several times more menacing. The vampire did not attack Michael head-on, but throw a smoke bomb at his feet to disappear from Michael's sight. The thick cloud of gas quickly surrounded Michael, preventing him from following the vampire's tracks. The vampire's speed surprised Michael. He did not use arch energy to boost his speed. Rather, it was purely skills honed by probably hundreds of years of practice or hunting. Once again, Michael leaped into the air, reaching the top of a tree. He completely concealed the sound of his heartbeat with the help of the system. "System, scan him. I want to know how he managed to teleport me here," Michael ordered the system in his mind. Full scanning would cost the host 10,000 badass points. "Do it. Keep your eyes on the target until the system finishes the scanning. It will be done in 5 minutes. With a smirk on his face, Michael took out a few vials containing human blood. He was using these vials to brew some potions, but now, they were going to help him distract the vampire. He tossed a vial to the other side. When the vial shattered, the vampires fired an arrow. "Life is funny, isn't it?" asked Michael. His voice echoed through the silent forest. "1 second you were the hunter and the next you became the hunted." The vampire knew Ghost was using the trees to traverse. So naturally he kept his eyes above. Unfortunately for him, the darkness prevented him from locating Michael. His ears couldn't pick up the sound of Ghost's heartbeat. Coupled with Michael's lightning-quick speed, the vampire struggled to locate him. "Teleporting me to the southern continent, that's a good move," Michael conversed with the vampire. He confused the vampire by tossing the blood vials to another side. "But picking me as your target, bad move." Michael's voice became cold. "You made several mistakes, vampire." Whoosh! An arrow hit the tree Michael was hanging on. Still, it couldn't hit Michael. He was simply too fast. The vampire was indeed good, and almost on par with Gaia in archery. However, Michael used the arch energy to boost his speed. Moreover, it was a dark night when Michael was the strongest. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net mistake number 1. You let me learn the layout of this place. Another arrow penetrated the bark. The vampire avoided hitting the place where the scent of blood came from. He learned Ghost was using the blood vials to distract him. Instead, the vampire focused on Michael's voice. Mistake number 2. You didn't do your homework. Otherwise, you would have known what I am capable of, said Michael. He increased his speed more. As a result, the vampire had a hard time locating Michael. Mistake number 3. You talk too much. Finally, the system finished scanning the vampire. The system has detected a teleportation talisman on the vampire's belt. A talisman? Michael thought. Can you lock down this place? It would be a shame if the vampire used the talisman to escape. That will cost you 50,000 badass points, host. Just do it. Although 50,000 badass points was a huge sum, it wasn't more valuable than the information Michael could get from the vampire. After killing Avon, he had badass points to spare, 400,000 badass points to spare to be precise. A pulse of energy shot out from Michael. It was completely invisible. An oblivious man would see no difference in the forest. Even the vampire had no idea that Michael destroyed his escape plan. Finally, Michael stopped leaping from tree to tree like a monkey and jumped down. The vampire immediately jumped backward. But to this moment, there was no fear in the vampire's eyes. Instead, Michael only saw excitement. "It had been so long since I hunted something worthy," the vampire calmly said. "Before we do this, what should I call you?" asked Michael. The two of them had approximately 10 meters of distance between them. At this moment, neither of them made any sudden movements. "Usually, I want to indulge my prey by saying my name. But you are different. You earned the right to know my name. I go by the name Puma." "Let me guess, Cougar sounded crappy, so you went with Puma." Michael ridiculed the vampire without a shred of fear in his eyes. This lack of fear made Puma's blood boil in excitement. He couldn't wait to bring out the fear on Ghost's face. Puma snickered, looking at the smirk on Michael's face. "I will let you have your amusement before I rip off that head of yours." Puma dropped the bow in his hand and slowly unsheathed the red dagger from the sheath dangling on his waist. He licked the dagger menacingly. "Let's dance," said Michael. Chapter 654 Serpent Mega's Bane. Since Michael threw the sword to cut the trapwire, he didn't have a weapon in his hand. But no weapon, no problem for Michael. The vampire dashed at Michael with speed beyond any mortal's limits. Michael sensed no arch energy around Puma's body. It seemed like only the talisman was using arch energy somehow to teleport. Other than the talisman, Puma had nothing that capitalized on the arch energy. Instead, Puma used pure skill honed by years of training to fight Michael. Puma closed the gap between them in a blink of an eye. He swung the dagger left and right with deadly precision. Although his movements weren't fancy or had much technique, they were deadly and moreover fast. A single misstep and the dagger would cut Michael's neck. Ding! The dagger met the shield that suddenly appeared over Michael's wrist. Sparks flew around them. Michael used the shield to block and parry Puma's attack. For a few moments, Puma viciously struck the shield left and right. He naturally aimed for Michael's neck, eyes, and gut, but Michael blocked all the attacks with the black shield. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the silent forest. While fighting Puma, Michael did not forget about the traps on the ground. He navigated through the traps without triggering any. After blocking several attacks, Michael swung the shield, parrying Puma. The force of Michael's move made Puma stumble. Michael followed the successful parry with a vicious punch to Puma's gut. Caught off guard, Puma immediately tried to block Michael's punch. However, he was too late. Michael's punch sent Puma several steps backward. Using the opportunity, Michael leaped into the air, swinging his body to land a 540 kick on Puma's head. In the midair, Michael boosted his speed with arch energy. As a result, Puma couldn't see Michael's leg until he felt a sharp pain in his head. A tooth flew out of Puma's mouth. He wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. Despite the pain, Puma grinned from ear to ear. Michael did not slow down. He pressed his advantage by barraging Puma with rapid punches. Vicious punches and kicks overwhelmed Puma. Michael swung his shield, knocking back Puma a few meters back. Without giving Puma time to retaliate, Michael finished his combo with a powerful tornado kick. The moment Michael feet his Puma's head, Puma felt like he was hit by a hammer. His legs trembled. He stumbled back. Serpent Mega. Michael halted his steps when he heard Puma. The vampire spat out blood with a grin. "You remind me of the prey I hunted down a long time ago. She too fought just like you." Michael creased his brows. Although Michael knew Puma was buying time to heal himself, Michael didn't attack him anymore. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit Novelnext.com to experience faster update speed. But how did a human like you learn the forbidden fighting style of Nagas? Puma tilted his head. During these few moments, Puma's regenerative ability healed his body. "Tell me about that Naga you met." Michael's voice became colder. His eyes turned predatory. "It's a very good fighting style. But just like any fighting style, it has a bane." Instead of answering Michael's question, Puma stretched his arm, raised his right foot from the ground, and placed it on the left thigh. As a result, Puma looked like a Shaolin monk. Puma didn't wait for Michael to make a move. Rather, he dashed at Michael. Michael swung his fist, but Puma blocked his punch, countering Michael with a powerful sidekick to Michael's ribs. Michael's abdomen felt numb. Still, he didn't lose his balance. Michael retaliated with vicious rapid punches. To his shock, Puma blocked every single punch as though he had anticipated the punches. Puma counterattacked Michael with rapid kicks and punches. Thanks to the APD, Michael's organs got healed in no time. Otherwise, he would have puked blood. In a few blinks of an eye, Puma landed 50 or so punches and kicks on Michael. The worst thing was Michael couldn't anticipate Puma's attacks. Just as Puma said, his Serpent Mega finally met its bane. Even though Michael practiced and made changes to the Serpent Mega to the point he reached 98% mastery, it was still a fighting style created by Naga in this world. Thus, it wasn't a unique, undefeatable fighting style. Puma leaped into the air suddenly. He swung his body mid-air and shot toward Michael like an arrow. Michael's instinct screamed at him as he raised the shield to block Puma's attack. Surprisingly, Puma leaped over Michael's shoulder, changing his trajectory. He swiftly landed behind Michael. Puma was fast to the point even Michael didn't react in time. The vampire swung his dagger, cutting Michael in the back. Blood spurted out. "You're not giving your full focus to me, Ghost," Puma said after leaping away from Michael. He was right. Michael couldn't completely focus on the fight. His mind wondered who the Naga was. Was he talking about Gaia's mother? Michael couldn't help asking himself this question. This time, Puma was surprised to see the wound closing up on Ghost's back. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net ha? Puma was confused. Ghost was not a vampire. Then how could his body heal without a healing potion? Puma was certain Ghost didn't drink a healing potion. Yet his body healed itself. You are right. Michael finally turned around. He retracted the shield and cracked his fists. I was wondering whether to kill you or catch you alive. Thank you for making the decision easier. Puma heard a low-pitched whistling noise. He saw Ghost's eyes glimmer for a moment. If they had daylight, Puma would have seen Michael's eyes turning pitch black. Darkness shrouded Ghost. Suddenly, 2 black laser beams shot out of Michael's eyes. Puma didn't even have time to react as the 2 black laser beams penetrated through his shoulder. Moreover, the beams contained a force that sent Puma flying onto the tree behind him. Splinters of wood flew. Any man could see the 2 holes in several trees. After the black laser beams disappeared, Michael's eyes radiated a puff of smoke. Michael's face turned serious. He wasn't playing anymore. Immediately, Michael ordered the system to disable if there was any surveillance spell or recording stones around them. Next, Michael dashed at Puma, who was trying to pick himself up from the ground. Since Michael lacked the badass points to empower the dark beams with dark flames, the 2 holes in Puma's shoulder slowly closed up. Seeing Ghost dashing toward him, Puma quickly prepared himself to block his attacks. The imminent threat stopped Puma from wondering what the heck just happened. But his body refused to move as though an invisible force was shaking his body. When Michael reached Puma, he punched Puma in the face. A sickening crunch resonated from Puma's nose. It looked crooked. Before it could heal itself, Michael snatched the red dagger in his hand. The dark flames engulfed the dagger. Immediately, Michael swung the dagger, cutting Puma's hand clean off of his shoulder. Blood spurted everywhere, including on Michael's face. But Michael did not stop. He cut Puma's second hand. Arghahar! Puma screamed as the red dagger turned into an ooze by the dark flames. As expected, the dagger couldn't withstand the heat of the dark flames for longer. It must have been an epic class weapon to last long enough for Michael to keep the dark flames for a couple of seconds. The 2 hands hit the ground with a thud. Puma had never felt such intense pain ever since he was turned by Elder Lenora. The pain was too excruciating. Every fiber in his body screamed in agony. Since his hands were cut off by the dagger engulfed by the dark flames, Puma's body was unable to regenerate the 2 hands. Without playing with Puma, Michael flicked his wrist, taking out a long needle from the system storage. He stabbed the needle into Puma's neck without wasting any time. As soon as Michael injected the needle into Puma's neck, the vampire squirmed frantically. His body soon stopped moving altogether after a few moments. Silence fell over them once again. Except for the sound of dried leaves rustled by the wind, one could hear nothing. Michel wanted to teleport Puma to the crypt, but he raised his hand and touched the tree behind Puma. Soon, a golden glow appeared in the tree for a moment, and disappeared after a second. After placing a rune on the tree to teleport here later, Michael willed the system to teleport Puma and him to the pocket dimension attached to the dark forest. That was where Michael tortured and killed Connors. He used the pocket dimension to interrogate high-priority targets. His instincts told him that Puma was nothing but a high-value target. There was a chance Puma was talking about Gaia's mother. He recalled Gaia telling him that the serpent Mega was taught to her by her mother, and only their bloodline knew this fighting technique. If Puma really had met Gaia's mother, he might know something that could help them figure out where Gaia's mother is, and more importantly, what made her fake her own death and disappear. In a blink of an eye, the scenery around Michael changed. Puma was still unconscious. My lord. As soon as Michael appeared in the pocket dimension, he was welcomed by Azazel. The demon butler was surprised to see Michael with Puma. The demon butler was enjoying his time off in the serene view of the waterfall, and the small lake at the feet of the waterfall. His break was cut short when Michael appeared. Tie him to the tree. Michael pushed Puma to Azazel and disappeared once again. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 655 Uncovering the Truth About Gaia's Mother. After Azazel tied up Puma against the lone apple tree in the pocket dimension, Michael appeared before him with a potion. Where are you? Michael heard Gaia's voice in his head. Just having a meeting with Azazel, baby, said Michael. He created a dome around him so Puma wouldn't hear him. Initially, Michael thought about informing Gaia. However, he changed his mind as he didn't want to raise Gaia's hopes up in case Puma was lying or talking about another Naga. Luckily, Michael had the truth serum that he used on Victor in the system storage. What is this place? Puma asked Azazel. You. When Puma turned his gaze to Azazel, his brows arched up. Despite the pain, Puma could feel some strange energy radiation from the man dressed as a butler, especially the sound of a heartbeat. He had lived as a vampire for almost 100 years, but he had never heard such an abnormal heartbeat. What are you? Puma's fangs grew out. He tried to regenerate his arms, but something prevented his ability to regenerate. Furthermore, Puma wondered how Ghost used arch energy inside the void line. Unless Ghost was a vampire, there was no chance he could have used a spell. But Ghost was no vampire. He saw him walk in the sunlight without wearing any dark cloaks to cover his face. You're probably wondering whether I am a vampire or not, right? Puma heard Ghost's voice. As though Ghost had read his mind, he asked the same question Puma asked himself. I am not a vampire, Ghost answered. There was a peculiar calmness to his voice. But I am something much more. The dark night somehow turned darker when Ghost uttered these words. Puma looked around to see something that could help him locate where he was. Several questions appeared in his mind. You kind has been bothering me for some time. Look, I killed one when he attacked me first. Then Duke Avon, he stole something that belonged to me. In these two scenarios, your kind crossed my path. I didn't do shit to you people. Michael walked around the tree with his hand behind his back. Now see, I was back on R, sleeping with my girl. I don't spend enough time with her, but does she complain? No. Michael stopped, facing Puma in his eyes. Michi placed his hand on Puma's shoulder. So whenever she asks me something, I go to hell and heaven to get that for her. Luckily for you, you have something she wants. Puma growled like a wounded animal. However, continued to converse with Puma. Tell me about the Naga you mentioned earlier. In return, I will let you go and meet your boss for a peace talk, said Michael. Honestly, Michael had no intention of letting Puma go. However, if the vampires were up for it, he could go for a peace talk. The Dark Lord could hunt down the bloodsuckers while Ghosts could be at peace with them. After all, the Dark Lord had too many enemies and his order was still not at the place to fight them all. To Michael's surprise, Puma began to laugh. You think I am stupid human? You used arch energy within the void line. You brought me here, which is definitely something you keep hidden from the rest of the world. You wouldn't have shown these if you intended to let me go. So go ahead, kill me. A hunter should always prepare himself to be hunted. I won't tell you shit. Puma spat the blood clinging to his throat on Michael's face. I wish you hadn't done that. As soon as Michael said these words, he stabbed Puma's neck with the needle in his hand. He slowly injected the truth serum into his bloodstream. The only downside of using it was that Puma would die in an hour. Azazel stood beside him, looking at Puma growl. He wondered what the vampire knew for his master to bring him here in his ghost persona. Besides, Azazel noticed the cold killing intent in his eyes. As Puma said, Azazel also knew Ghost has no intention of letting him go. But it was a pity that Puma took the hard way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have earned a quick painless death from his master. Silence fell over them. Except for Puma's groan, they heard nothing. After almost 10 minutes of utter silence, Michael's question broke the silence. What's your real name? This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Puma's eyes turned from predatory to submissive. He stopped squirming. Corbin, said Puma. What do you know about the Naga you mentioned earlier? Asked Michael. He wanted to know about the Naga more than who sent Puma after him. A rogue vampire. Elder Lenora wanted me to hunt her down quietly. Michael's veins bulged up under his skin. His eyes immediately turned predatory. Did you kill her? Asked Michael. Azazel saw bolts of golden lightning crackling around his hands, threatening to kill Puma. She escaped, said Puma. Finally, Michael sighed in relief. Tell me more. Michael threatened Puma. Who was she? Michael stared at Puma for his answer. Everything around him seemed to have slowed down. Puma's answer could help Michael find Gaia's mother if the Naga Puma ordered to hunt was indeed Gaia's mother. Adelia Ashton. The Queen of Nagaland. Michael's heart skipped a beat. Shocking was an understatement. How could Gaia's mother be a vampire? Was she turned? Was that the reason Adelia left Gaia? So many questions emerged in Michael's mind. What do you mean she was a rogue vampire? Adelia wasn't a vampire. Michael grabbed Puma's throat. Unknowing to Michael, a layer of darkness appeared around him. Azazel noticed the changes but chose not to say anything in front of Puma. A rogue vampire. They don't obey the clan rules. They are rogues, living with the mortals, doing what they like when they like. Whenever their actions threatened to expose the clan to the outside world, the elders would put a hit on them. That was what happened, said Puma. Who turned her? Asked Michael. This time, his voice became demonic. Without using any devices, his voice sounded demonic. Fortunately, Puma wasn't in a state to rationalize or use his brain. I don't know, said Puma. Since he was under the influence of the truth serum, there was no possibility of Puma lying. Still, it was hard for Michael to believe. When did you last see her? Asked Michael. According to Gaia, Adelia died when Gaia was 6 years old. That meant she had died 23 years ago. Although Michael didn't believe Adelia really died, a solid proof of life could prove that Adelia was alive, and sometimes help them find Adelia. Tell me exactly when you tried to hunt her? Asked Michael. 22 years ago. Michael loosened his grip on Puma's throat. His legs automatically took a few steps back. She faked her death. Adelia didn't die that day. Michael mumbled under his breath. My lord, if I may, Azazel asked. Since he noticed Michael was in shock, Azazel wanted to give his master a break and continue the interrogation himself. Go on, Michael nodded. He needed to inform Gaia. He didn't know how she was going to react. Nonetheless, she needed to know the truth about her mother. Do you know where she is now? Asked Azazel. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net. No, said Puma. If you want to find her again, where do you look, and who do you question? Asked Azazel. I'd start with Elder Lenora. She put the hit on her. So if anyone knows something, it's Elder Lenora. Michael recalled seeing the elders in the surveillance room in the dark forest. When he visited the castle of vampires, he bugged the entire castle. So he knew every single elder vampire. If his memory served him right, Lenora was the red-haired vampire. Now that Michael thought about everything, he had never seen Puma in the castle. Because the vampire death squad only visited the tavern, which was a pocket dimension attached to the vampire castle, Michael's spiders never caught them. Who else knows about Adelia Ashton? Asked Azazel. I don't know, answered Puma. Let me rephrase my question. Is there anyone who might know about Adelia? Asked Azazel. Michael locked his gaze on Puma. If Elder Lenora put an open contact, the other Death Squad members might have gone after her. Michael clenched his fist. Death Squad? Who are they? Asked Azazel. Judging by the name, it was evident they were some kind of assassins the vampire elders used to kill whoever stood in their way or hurt their kind. Assassins. Each had their own way of tracking and killing targets. I am one of them. Who else is in the Death Squad? Asked Michael. Bear, spider, snake, gray wolf, and white wolf. Michael inquired about each and everyone from Puma. If Michael didn't have the system, he would have been dead right now. Puma was not at all an easy foe to go against. In fact, with the teleportation talisman, Puma could hunt almost anyone in the world. If the others were anything like Puma, Adelia would have been in real trouble. No wonder she faked her own death, thought Michael. It was time to bring Gaia to meet Puma. But before he teleported back to R, Michael forced the blood tonic down Puma's throat. In case Puma used some tactic to escape this place, Michael could kill him with a snap of his finger. It was reassurance. Keep an eye on him, Michael said to Azazel. Then Michael disappeared into thin air. The scenery quickly transformed around Michael. When he appeared in his room in Voldegard's castle, he noticed Gaia peacefully sleeping. He took a deep breath and walked to her side. Gaia. Michael gently brushed her face. What? Come to bed. She groaned, half asleep. Wake up. There is something you need to know, sensing the seriousness in his voice. Gaia slowly opened his eyes. Michael sat on the bed beside her. What is it? The sleepiness in Gaia's eyes instantly vanished. In its stead, a glimmer of worry glistened in her eyes. I caught someone who met you, Mother. Chapter 656. Tracking down Elder Lenora. As soon as Gaia heard these words, she rose up from the bed as though someone had set a fire under the bed. Her eyes watered. Where? Let me see him. Gaia jumped off the bed. She didn't even put on her usual robes. Instead, she was ready to leave the room with the red pajamas Michael bought her from the system store. With a simple nod, Michael willed the system to teleport them both to the pocket dimension attached to the dark forest abyss. In a blink of an eye, the scenery around her changed. When she appeared in the pocket dimension, she saw Azazel standing beside the apple tree. There was someone with no hands shackled to the tree. Just as she was about to rush toward the vampire, Michael grabbed her hand. Remember, you are Elia, Michael whispered into her ears. She hasted toward the vampire. What do you know about Adelia Ashton? Asked Gaia. Following her question, Puma repeated everything he had told Azazel and Michael. Her body trembled, listening to Puma. It was evident to Michael that she was feeling a strong urge to kill Puma. Azazel saw her eyes glimmering with shock and anger. After hearing everything from Puma, she stumbled back. Michael quickly caught her and wrapped his arm around her. Tell me, how do I meet Lenora? Her eyes turned predatory. For a moment, her human eyes transformed into the eyes of a cobra. She hissed at Puma. If you kill a Death Squad assassin, and take the head to the Lonely Wyvern Tavern on the outskirts of Kingdom Maven, she will come to meet you, said Puma. But to Michael, it sounded so simple. There was no way a powerful elder vampire like Lenora would come meet him without any backup or intention to kill. Besides, it didn't make any sense. Why would anyone ask where I can meet the one who sent you to kill me? Or why would anyone go to that tavern? Michael thought after killing Puma, Lenora would track him down somehow or send another Death Squad member. Unknowing to Michael, not making sense was one of Lenora's traits. She liked to play mind games with her foes, and with her own kind. Defying logic and sense was the way she survived as an elder vampire for so long. But Michael wasn't wrong either. After killing Puma, whether or not he travels to the Lonely Wyvern Tavern, She would track him down. The tavern was there to attract daredevils such as Michael. In a way, Lenora's plan worked because Michael had already made up his mind to visit this tavern. Pulch. Blood spurted out suddenly as Michael and Azazel saw Puma's head flying in the air. They turned their gazes at Gaia to see a bloody silver sword in her hand. I am going to meet her and find my mother. I shouldn't have stopped trying. She clenched her fist. You're not. I am, said Michael. What? Gaia looked him in the eyes. I said you are not going to meet Lenora. I am. Puma was after me. So ITLL only makes sense if I go to meet her. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novelnext.com to experience faster update speed as Michael expected. Gaia shook her head. No. I am not putting you in danger so I can find my mother. You are both important to me. Gaia was firm in her decision, and she would fight for it. Michael could see it in her eyes. Honestly, Michael didn't think she was making a decision with overwhelming emotions like anger or sadness. Anyone would do the same in her shoes. After all, Adelia was just a person to Michael, but to Gaia, Adelia was her mother. How could Gaia remain still after learning her mother was turned into a vampire and being hunted by powerful beings? What do you think will happen? You waltz in there, and they will tell you everything you want to know. I will make them, Gaia growled. Killing intent soared through the roof in her eyes. No you can't, Michael bluntly said. Think about it. Why does Lenora meet the one who kills her elite puppies? The one who killed her elite was better. So she will most probably turn you or if you resist, kill you. Michael, who lived 2 lives, knew how people like Lenora would think. If he were a vampire and found a powerful being like Gaia, he would turn her too. The more powerful people in the clan, the safer and the better they were. Don't make me fight you, Michael, said Gaia, taking a few steps back. I won't let them turn you. If the price for knowing what happened to my mother is turning into a vampire, I will do that in a heartbeat. But I won't let them put a finger on you. Listen, Michael's voice became stern. I am not telling you not to go. I am telling you not to go alone. I have a way to get everything we want without turning into vampires or dying. Michael stepped closer. Soon, the Dark Lord's armor covered his body along with the dark shroud. After turning into the Dark Lord, the area around them grew darker. How? Asked Gaia. Until now, his plans never failed. Although she didn't want Michael's ghost persona to get tangled with the vampires any more than he already had, she saw no harm in listening to his plan. With his help, she could find his mother faster. What's the vampire's biggest weakness? The sunlight. Let's give them something that could fix this weakness. They will have no choice but to reveal everything in exchange for this fix, said Michael. The current level of the system was unable to create a formula to cure vampirism. However, it was enough to give Michael a potion to protect the vampires from sunlight for a couple of hours. Of course, Michael could enhance the potion and make the effects last longer, but it was enough for the vampires. System, give me that formula. His 400,000 badass points were reduced by half after the order to the system. Eventually, the system engraved the formula into his mind. Fortunately, he had all the ingredients he needed to brew this potion in his personal herbal garden in the Sunrise Sect. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net, I have the cure. This way will work, trust me, said Michael. He took a step forward and grabbed her shoulders. You trust me, right? I won't let anything happen to your mother. She is family. Michael squeezed Gaia's shoulder. Her eyes welled up hearing his words. Strangely, she felt reassured when he heard him. The next few hours were spent on teleporting to the Sunrise Sect, collecting the herbs and brewing the potions. Afterward, Michael ordered Azazel to hide a crate full of potions in the dark forest. He only took 1 potion with him as a proof. Considering there was no better time than the present, Michael immediately teleported to Giselle, and then flew to Maven as the Dark Lord. When he reached the outskirts of Maven, he landed in the woods and walked out of it as Ghost and Elia. The Lonely Wyvern Tavern was built along a lonely man-made path. As far as eyes could see, there was no building or any signs of life. It took Michael some time to finally locate the tavern. From the outside, It looked dark, disturbing and ugly. Small stones and thick, hardwood logs made up most of the building's outer structure. It was hard to see through the small, stained glass windows, but the coldness from within could be felt outside. "This is depressing," said Michael. "No doubt the vampires hang out in this place. Judging by the tall trees around them, it would be hard for the sunlight to peek through even in the middle of the day." As Michael and Gaia entered the tavern through the old, metal door, they were welcomed by the smell of alcohol and aromas of what's probably food, hopefully. The bartender was neither old nor young, but looked like a villain out of a children's book. With his long mustache, the scar on his face, and the eye patch didn't help his personality. He was rubbing a glass with a cloth, though it was not getting cleaner. The man made no effort to acknowledge Michael and Gaia's presence. As expected, it was just as horrible inside as it was on the outside. Wooden beams supported the upper floor and the lanterns attached to them. The walls were decorated with mounted animal heads and small animals, though most have become worn and broken, giving the place an even creepier feel. The tavern itself was almost completely abandoned. The few people inside didn't seem like a welcoming bunch. Whoever they were, staying as far as possible from them was better. They were all dressed in creepy black hoods and smelled like blood. Now that Michael recalled, he did hear something about the tavern from Heimberg. Supposedly it was infamous for something, but for the life of he couldn't remember what for. Though judging by everything in this place, it must be something creepy. Michael led the way to the bartender, letting Gaia carry the head of Puma in a sack. To Michael's surprise, he heard the few people in the tavern sniff the air as though they could smell the blood from afar. "Are you lost or something?" The bartender didn't even bother to look at Michael when he talked. "Not lost. Just searching for someone who visits this tavern often," said Michael. He calmly pulled out the wooden bar chair to sit beside Gaia. "Whoever it is, I am pretty sure we don't know them," said the bartender. "Name Lenora ring any bells?" Finally, the bartender looked up at Michael. Michael smiled. It was obvious he was in the right place. Otherwise, the bartender would have looked shocked and the three guys at the back would have stood up, probably to beat them up. "The tavern is closed. See yourselves out." The bartender raised his voice at Michael. "So you do know her?" Michael pulled the glass the bartender placed on the table toward him. He took out a water pouch from his inner coat pocket and poured the water into the glass. "I lost count of how many times I've said this. We can do this the easy way or the hard way." Instead of answering Michael, the bartender signaled the three behind Michael, wordlessly telling them to throw Michael and Gaia out. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 657 Gaia versus everyone in the tavern. "I got this." Gaia put the sack containing Puma's head on her chair after she stood up. She cracked her fist. Her eyes turned predatory as though of a seasoned killer. It was evident she was not in the mood for playing. Anyone could see the suppressed rage in her eyes. The bartender looked at her for a moment before turning his gaze back to Michael. He couldn't believe the youngster was letting a girl face these killers. As a man who lived in the southern continent for decades, the bartender could easily differentiate cultivators from southerners. These two were definitely not from the southern continent, which meant they hailed from the cultivation continents. However, no matter how powerful they were in their homelands, in the southern continent, they were as weak as babies. At least, that's what the bartender thought. Michael slowly took the glass in his hand and took a little sip. He didn't even bother to turn around. "You have insurance for this place?" asked Michael. Meanwhile, three tall, bulky muscular mountains moved toward Gaia. Gaia and Michael were tall, but these three were taller. They were tall enough to raise anyone's eyebrows. If being tall wasn't enough to stand out, they were big enough to win any bodybuilding competition on Earth. Compared to them, Gaia looked smaller, like a child. The three cracked their knuckles. One of them looked at Michael. "Last chance, kid. Leave now, and we won't mess up your girl," growled the man. He didn't remove his hood so Michael couldn't see his face in the reflection in the glass. "Try not to kill them," said Michael, completely ignoring the man. "But the more the blood the better," said Michael. Drawing out Lenora might require them to spill more blood. She was a vampire, after all. Michael didn't delude himself by thinking he could get an elder vampire's attention without bloodshed. As much as he liked to avoid bloodshed, some tasks required blood. For instance, the bartender could tell them he knows Lenora, or the way to meet Lenora. Instead, he ordered his lackeys to beat them up. A wrong decision on the bartender's path. Gaia was ready to fight Michael himself, let alone these nobodies. "I don't have all day." Gaia coldly threatened the three. She rolled up her sleeves, preparing to beat the crap out of them. The three might have an advantage in size, but they were no match for a furious woman with arch energy coursing through her veins. Their heavy thundering boots made the table nearby tremble. Instead of ganging up on her, only one approached Gaia. The man didn't take Gaia seriously. So when he reached an arm-reaching distance from Gaia, he tried to put his hand on Gaia's shoulder with the intention of throwing her out. Before his hand could touch Gaia, she grabbed his hand, immediately crushing his hand. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit novelnext.com to experience faster update speed. RGH. The man squealed like an injured cat. His scream surprised everyone. But his cry was cut short when Gaia kicked him right between the legs with enough force to dislocate his pelvic bone. Shhhhhh. Michael grimaced. He almost heard the sound of something shattering. The man lost all his strength and power. Finally, he just collapsed to the ground. So they are not vampires, Michael thought to himself. If he were a vampire, her kick would have hurt him more because vampires had no reproductive organs in their bodies. Instead of traditional means, the vampires reproduced by turning others. In a way, their fangs were their reproductive organs. Bitch! The man growled. Unfortunately, Gaia wasn't done with him. She took a step forward, stomping his stomach. Blood gushed out of his mouth. The man curled into a ball, screaming in agony. His scream was cut abruptly short by Gaia as she picked up a chair nearby and bashed it on his head. The two behind him were stunned, just like everyone in the tavern. Using their momentary shock, Gaia grabbed the broken piece of the chair in her hand, leaping onto the two behind her victim. The two of them snapped out of shock. Intuitively, they brought their hands before their faces to defend themselves. The wooden leg was no match for the thug's big gigantic arms. Wood splinters flew in all directions when Gaia bashed the wooden leg on the man's arm. Everyone thought Gaia was done for. Unlike the first one, the two were prepared. They thought Gaia wouldn't be able to surprise them with a low blow. "Fucking bitch." One of the men threw his fist, cursing Gaia. Once again, she surprised them with her speed. She swayed her body to the side, avoiding the punch midair, grabbed one of the flying wood splinters, and stabbed the man who threw the fist in the eyes. Wasting no time, she punched the man in the chest, pushing him a few meters back before turning her focus to the other. As she calculated, the man tried to kick Gaia in the gut, leaving himself vulnerable. To everyone's shock, Gaia grabbed his leg and threw him onto the other. The man who got stabbed in the eyes screamed in agony until he collided with his buddy. Her throw had enough force behind to make the two of them fly onto the wall behind. The animal heads hanging on the wall tumbled down due to the force of the collision. Everything from Gaia leaping onto them to sending them flying happened in a couple of seconds. It was too fast for a normal human being to comprehend. The bartender's mind failed to see what had just transpired. She moved and fought with speed and strength beyond mortal limits. She took down 3 muscle mountains thrice her size in a couple of seconds. The 3 served as an outlet for her rage. Without giving the 2 a break, she dashed at the 2. Poor bastards didn't even have time to react. She picked up the antlers that fell off the wall and stabbed the man who had his eyes stabbed. "Ah!" he screamed. Luckily, his buddy felt the same pain when Gaia stabbed him with the same antler she used to stab the other. Seeing Gaia stabbing them in the legs repeatedly, another 2 decided to step in. They dashed at Gaia to stop her. The bartender was freaked out when he saw the grin on Michael's face. He had no idea why Michael was smiling at his glass. Unlike the 3, the 2 who decided to save the 3 were neither tall nor muscular. They were just regular dudes, at least one was a dude, and the other was a woman. Hearing their footsteps, Gaia jerked her head around. When the two saw the predatory eyes of Gaia, they trembled. Fear clutched their hearts, making them question their decision to stop her. But it was too late for them. Gaia picked up a chair and threw it at the two. She wasn't stingy with force, so the chair hit them with enough force to knock the two out. The blood spurted from her victims, painted her face red. Her white robes were drenched in their blood. Thursday, Gaia spat the blood went into her mouth. She grabbed a chair, dragging it toward the two who tried to stop her. To Michael's surprise, the tavern didn't seem to have many vampires. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net, tell her to stop. The bartender panicked. He tried to crouch down to pick up the crossbow under his shelf. However, Michael simply grabbed the man by his head and smashed it on the counter. You know, if she doesn't vent her anger on those guys, she will be cranky. I don't like her being cranky. So why don't we just sit back and let her do what she does best? Michael whispered into the bartender's ears. Next time when two strangers come asking for information, give them what they want. You are making a big fucking mistake, the bartender growled. What mistake? Michael bashed the bartender's head against the table yet another time. The few bottles lined up on the counter fell off to the ground. Glass shattered into tiny bits and pieces, momentarily taking everyone's gaze from Gaia to Michael. No. On the other hand, the lady who tried to stop Gaia screamed, seeing Gaia raise the chair. Unfortunately, Gaia didn't stop. She brought down the chair with all her might upon them. The two of them were instantly knocked out cold by Gaia. Now tell me, where the fuck is Lenora? Gaia roared. Her mighty roar shook the entire tavern like an earthquake. Seconds passed, turning into minutes. 30 minutes went by in a blink of an eye. At that moment, the tavern was in ruin. All the customers were bleeding on the ground and groaning in pain. There was not a single table that remained intact. She went a little overboard. When she was done, the place reeked of blood and old ale. Standing in the middle of the tavern, Gaia looked like a demon incarnate. The blood of her victims oozed down from her body from head to toe. Finally, Michael let go of the bartender. Once he saw the state of his tavern and the customers, his face lost all color. The man trembled. Demon. That was the first thought that appeared in his mind when he noticed Gaia. Michael slowly placed the glass on the table. He rose from the chair, turning around. First he just adjusted his robes, and then he picked up the sack with Puma's head. Is this enough? Michael asked, throwing the sack to the dark corner of the tavern. An oblivious man could see nothing but darkness. For Michael, however, the figure hiding in the darkness was clear as day. Gaia turned her gaze to the corner. Surprisingly, she saw a figure stepping out of the darkness. Lenora. Gaia growled. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone. Chapter 658. Meeting Elder Lenora. Michael bashed the bartender's head once last time, knocking him out cold. Then he came to Gaia's side. He squeezed her hand, wordlessly telling Gaia not to do anything. The figure who Gaia thought Lenora slowly removed her dark hood. It was a brown-haired woman in her late 40s. With an oval face and big round eyes, she looked way different than Elder Lenora. For a moment, Michael thought Lenora was in disguise. However, he was proven wrong when the woman introduced herself. I am Elder Lenora's maid. You have something for Lady Lenora. The maid tilted her head, directing her gaze at the sack lying in the ground a meter away from her. Open and take a look at yourself, said Michael. She slowly bent down, slightly opening the sack to see Puma's head staring at her with wide eyes. I want to meet your elders, including Elder Lenora. What makes you think you can get what you want, ghost? Snickered the maid. He could hear Gaia's teeth grinding against each other. I want peace and information about someone your kind has put a hit on. In exchange, I will give you something that will change the fate of your entire kind. The maid looked a bit surprised by his words. For a moment, she deeply pondered what Ghost had just said. Only the painful groans challenged the silence until the woman decided to speak up. What is it? Asked the maid. Don't waste my time. I will give it only to your elders, not to a maid like you. Take me to Elder Lenora. Michael's voice became stern and cold. He wasn't in the mood to negotiate with a maid. The maid remained still, without uttering a word. She will meet you here this Friday at the same time. For your sake, I'm hoping you have something really interesting, said the maid. To Michael's surprise, she faded into thin air. Where is she? Gaia dashed forward to catch the maid, but it was too late. Friday, Michael mumbled under his breath. This Friday was the last day of his Mazeroth holidays. He had to return to Mazeroth. There was no way Michael could postpone meeting Elder Lenora. For Gaia's sake, he had to meet her. If finding Gaia's mother meant he would have to return to Mazeroth a few hours late, he would do it in a heartbeat. Gaia frantically looked around the tavern to locate the maid. Michael intervened to stop her from looking like a crazy person. 2 days, said Michael. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net if you want to read more chapters, please visit Novelnext.com to experience faster update speed. In 2 days, we will find out what happened to your mother. It took Michael some convincing to take Gaia out of the tavern instead of traveling to the vampire castle as the Dark Lord and the Dark Queen. Unnecessary complications could arise if Michael entered the vampire castle as the Dark Lord. Thus, Michael chose to wait 2 days. Michael used these 2 days to brew more potions for his Majestic, including the Plague Cure. Then he visited the Sunrise sect to meet with Claire and the elders. They were surprised to hear Michael's request to abolish the king's rule and implement a round table of ministers to rule the kingdom like in the southern continent. Of course, to the outside world, Bradford was ruled by Sunrise sect elders. In reality, however, Michael would make decisions and rule the kingdom from the shadows. This way, his enemies wouldn't target Bradford to hurt him. After signing the required parchments, Michael collected the necessary herbs to brew the potions for the vampires. He gave the potion crate to Azazel and ordered him to bury it somewhere in the dark forest. After everything was said and done in the Elon continent, Michael returned to Voldegard Castle. At first, Michael felt somewhat reluctant to leave the Voldegards without ensuring their safety. But Eve reassured him and made some deals with other powerful families in Thera to strengthen her family. He didn't forget about Eve's curse. He paid the system 250,000 badass points to locate an item that could be absorbed by the system and turned into a curse-breaking skill. The bad news was, Michael had no time to visit the treacherous ocean. The good news was, Elidor could create an array to let Michael snake out of the Ukulun realm without being detected by the arrays in Mazeroth. He promised Eve he would break her curse within the next 6 months. To Michael's surprise, Eve didn't seem to care much about whether she lived or not. As far as she was alive, she wanted to make sure the Voldegards remained safe. Michael really felt bad about leaving Eve instead of helping her. Unfortunately, Michael had no choice but to return to Mazeroth. With a warm hug, Eve sent him off to Mazeroth, except Michael didn't teleport to Mazeroth. Instead, he went straight to the Lonely Wyvern Tavern to meet Lenora. Following his goodbye to Eve, Michael met Vidora. Except for Kane, the other two still looked gloomy. They needed time alone, so Michael left them in the dark forest in the care of Azazel. Considering the time, Michael ordered Elidor and Nightmare to return to Mazeroth before he and Gaia. The Lonely Wyvern Tavern looked as gloomy as ever under the moonless dark sky. The dark clouds hovering in the sky, threatening the earth with heavy downpours, added an extra layer of gloominess to the tavern. Except for the rumbling thunder and howling wind, there was no sound in the area. "I've reached the castle." When Michael reached the tavern, he heard Elidor's voice in his head. "Good. Hope your runes work," said Michael. When he met Elidor back in the dark forest, Michael asked the dark elf to ensure no one in Mazeroth could see him and Gaia through their disguise. If it wasn't for the lack of badass points, Michael could have done it using the system. He was saving the points to buy the Silene's spell, which would slow down time around him for a short amount of time. Furthermore, he wanted to upgrade all of his spells. It has been a long time since he upgraded them. "They reached Mazeroth?" asked Gaia, walking beside him to the tavern door. Michael nodded. Using his environmental scanning map and spiders, Michael sensed 3 people inside the tavern. The door slowly creaked open. As Michael had sensed, he saw a dark-robed figure, the bartender, and another lady dressed in a creamy white skirt and a big dark hat with red feathers on her head. Unlike when Michael visited the tavern before, the place looked empty. At least, they managed to fix the tables and the fallen trophies when Gaia almost destroyed the place. The bartender glanced at Michael for a moment before turning his focus back to refilling the lady in white's glass. The one standing beside the lady in white resembled the maid Michael met earlier. "Let me do the talking," Michael whispered to Gaia. "This chapter upload first at Novel Bin." Net Gaia nodded. The floor creaked every time Michael took a step. Until now, Michael had faced 2 elder vampires. But those 2 were just saplings compared to the ancient elders like Lenora. Just by being in the same room with her, Michael could feel the terrifying aura being radiated by her. In terms of cultivation, Lenora was at the peak of the fusion stage. After Michael's many experiences with the vampires, he learned a valuable lesson. Vampires couldn't be scaled with mere cultivation standards. Their kind had powers beyond cultivation stages. Thus, Michael dared not to underestimate Lenora. Silence fell over the tavern. In the air, a tinge of blood permeated. The bartender's legs trembled in fear. Michael doubted the red liquid the bartender poured into Lenora's cup was wine. "Take a seat," Lenora's voice chimed, cutting through the silence. She tapped the bar stool beside her. "System, the moment something goes wrong, teleport us to Mazroth," Michael ordered the system. If push comes to shove, he wanted to be in Mazurto where the vampires held no power. Besides, both Gaia and Michael had the teleportation scroll given by Mazroth to teleport to the castle grounds. Therefore, he didn't have to spend any badass points buying teleportation scrolls from the system. Every step he took forward reminded Michael of the elder vampires' latest meeting. When Michael sneaked into their castle to kill Victor, he bugged the entire castle including the round table of vampires. That was how Michael knew Avon was being turned into an elder vampire, and their decision to wake something called a blood prince. The name itself was ominous enough for Michael to be aware of. At least, Michael had thrown a wrench into the ritual by killing Avon. So he thought. Michael sat beside Lenora and Gaia sat next to Michael. "This is the first time someone wanted to meet me, even after knowing what I am capable of," said Lenora. Her voice was melodious, calm, and composed. Any oblivious man wouldn't believe she was a freaking elder vampire, capable of destroying a kingdom single-handedly. "You have some big balls, Ghost," Lenora chuckled. Michael sensed the killing intent behind her seductive chuckle. For the first time, Michael opted for the high-risk, high-reward way for Gaia. If everything went according to his plan, Ghost and the vampires could be at peace as well as learn about Gaia's mother. Suppose it wasn't the case. Michael knew he'd have to become the Dark Lord to defeat Lenora. Dark flames and the anti-vampire potions were the only 2 things in his arsenal that could hurt and probably kill an ancient elder like Lenora. "I liked Puma. He served me and my kind well." Lenora took a small sip and slowly put the glass on the table. "You tortured him, didn't you? How else could you have known my name?" Her voice became colder. The temperature around them dropped by several degrees. Nonetheless, Michael showed no signs of fear in his eyes. Torture is a strong word. Let's just say I'm very persuasive. Michael's calmness shocked the bartender and Lenora's maid. Lenora felt something off about the human. She couldn't put her finger on it, but something was definitely strange about Ghost. "I wonder what made you reach out for me," said Lenora. "I want to know about someone you ordered a hit on, Adelia Ashton." As soon as Michael said the name, Lenora clenched her fist. Every single glass bottle shattered into smithereens. The entire trembled tavern. Her eyes turned bloodshot for a moment. Finally, Lenora turned her head to look at Michael. "Adelia Ashton. The Queen of Nagaland. Asterisk because it's Diwali festival in my country if you don't know what it is. Only 1 chapter of HBS today. The schedule will be resumed as normal from tomorrow. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone." Chapter 659. Deal with the vampires. "How do you know her?" asked Gaia. Finally, she couldn't keep her mouth shut anymore. "TSK. Lenora slowly shook her head. "What's the rush? You haven't even seen our hospitality yet, said Lenora. She winked at Michael before snapping her fingers. To Michael's surprise, the scenery around them changed. He and Gaia appeared in a gloomy hall dimly lit with torches. At the center of the hall was a large stone round table. Michael immediately recognized the room. This was the meeting hall of the elders. His spiders were still around. He could sense them. Follow me. Lenora appeared before him. She led the two toward the stone table. The entire hall was silent. As Michael stepped forward, the gentle smell of blood began to permeate the air. The round table slowly opened. Without uttering a word, Michael and Gaia went through the opening and stood in the middle. At the moment, only one stone chair among the 10 was occupied. Soon, figures appeared in the hall one by one. Considering Michael and Gaia had seen them in their surveillance room, they recognized each. The first to appear after Lenora was a brunette. She was Trista. No one would ever think of her as a vampire. She dressed in brown silky robes, leather boots, and wore thick red lipstick. She winked at Michael playfully before taking her seat next to Lenora. Following Lenora, Saber entered the room, surprising Gaia with his young look. If she didn't know he was a vampire, Gaia wouldn't throw a second glance at him. He looked like a next-door kid in his teenage years. He still had the baby fat on his cheeks. The two vampires didn't look surprised, which meant they already discussed bringing Michael and Gaia to their castle. However, Michael wondered where they had this conversation and how they communicated. Because he bugged the entire castle, yet he had never seen them together after their discussion about the blood prints. Michael patiently waited for Ingram to join them. His fearless eyes surprised the vampires, especially Saber. Just like Lenora, he also felt something strange about the human before him. Saber couldn't find a word to explain this feeling. If he had to, he would say fear. Why did he feel afraid of the human? Saber asked himself. They were nightwalkers, rulers of the night, and gods among mortals. Yet, the vampires felt a seed of fear sprouting in their hearts. Finally, Michael saw Ingram appear in the hall. The dim torches illuminated his calm-looking face. His ashen hair was neatly tied into a ponytail. Unlike the other elder vampires, he was in armor made of both leather and metal. With the sword dangling on his waist, he looked like the embodiment of the word bravery rather than a vampire. Although there were 10 stone chairs, Michael had never seen all of them get filled. It was always these 4. He recalled seeing a fatty bald vampire when he first bugged the castle. For some reason, that vampire was nowhere to be seen. Of course, Michael didn't know Harriet killed Hacken because he created another elder vampire, who almost killed Michael and Noah in the alchemy competition. Is everyone here? Asked Lenora. The others nodded. Everyone remained silent, letting the eerie feeling creep into Michael and Gaia. So who killed Puma among the two of you? Asked Trista. I did, said Michael. When did you figure out he was a night walker? Asked Trista. When I saw him regenerate and show his fangs. Let me get this straight, Trista chuckled, leaning forward. You found he was a night walker, killed him somehow, and thought it's a good idea to track down the one who sent him. Not exactly, Michael shook his head. This chapter upload first at NovelBin. Net if you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. Then tell us, why are you really here? Said Trista. Michael took a deep breath. I am here to offer something in exchange for information and peace with your kind, said Michael. Information about her mother, I presume, Saber calmly said, surprising Michael. He moved his gaze from Trista to Saber. The young vampire leaned back on his stone chair with a smile. You can hide her face with a mask, but you cannot replace her blood. A Naga? Saber glanced at Gaia from head to toe. Both Michael and Gaia were shocked. They didn't expect Saber to find out her origin. Michael felt like he had underestimated the vampires. Not just a Naga. The princess of Nagaland. The rightful wonder to the throne and the only daughter of Adelia Ashton. Saber slowly spoke. His voice was mixed with admiration and shock for some reason. Since Michael was pretty good at reading people, he could tell Saber definitely had some respect for Adelia. To be honest, Michael had so many questions about Adelia. The woman intrigued him to the core. At first, she was just Gaia's dead mother. Other than that, Michael didn't have any other thoughts about Adelia, but the more he dug deep into Gaia's mother, he was constantly surprised by her. First, Gaia saw a recording left by her mother. She was a member of the Order who asked Gaia to find the Dark Lord. Then Eladir revealed Adelia's origins as Wraith, one of the founders of the Order. Now he learned Adelia might have been a vampire and somehow earned the right to be hunted by the Death Squad. There were so many mysteries around Adelia. It was like peeling an onion. Secrets kept coming one after another. "You don't seem crippled to me," said Ingram. "Tell me about my mother. Where is she?" Gaia ignored Ingram and questioned them all. Michael tried to stop her, but it was too late. Luckily, the vampires seemed amused by her outrage rather than offended. "You may have misjudged the situation, Your Royal Highness," Lenora chuckled. "You're alive because we felt somehow curious about Puma's death and his strange request to meet us," said Lenora. "In other words, you're walking on a line between life and death, so you better keep us curious," said Trista. There was a hidden murderous intent in their voices. Michael stepped forward. "Elders, I am going to show you something." Michael glanced at the elders. They nodded after a while. Finally, with a flick of his wrist, Michael took out a sparkling gold potion. The position glistened and sparkled like liquid gold. "This is what you were talking about? A potion?" Lenora looked a little bit disappointed. However, Saber felt a strange energy from the potion. "Not a potion, Elder. I found this in the treacherous ocean. It was left by a 6-star alchemist," said Michael. The vampires possessed the ability to tell whether someone was lying or not by sensing their heartbeat and facial signs. Thanks to the system, Michael was able to fool the vampires. Along with the parchment, unfortunately, the parchment crumbled due to time. However, I remember the words. "May thy rulers of night rule the day." This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net the vampires were taken aback by surprise. From their point of view, the human before them was telling them the truth. At that time, I didn't understand the meaning, even after seeing the potion's effect. "What are the effects?" Saber asked. Michael grinned inwards when he saw the curious look in the vampire's eyes. "Offer protection against the sun. Until I learned about the night rulers, I didn't think of this potion as much." "Are you telling us this potion will protect us from the sun?" groaned Lenora. Her normal playful voice disappeared. Instead, she talked in a cold voice. "If my calculations were right, this potion will protect you for at least an hour and a half. With time and resources, you can find a way to make the potion's effect last long." Suddenly, Saber waved his hand. An invisible force snatched the potion out of Michael's face. If this didn't work, Saber didn't finish his sentence but let Michael imagine the outcome. "You can do whatever you want with me," said Michael. With a nod, Saber disappeared from the hall. Following Saber's disappearance, silence took over the hall. Michael and Gaia remained still. Michael squeezed her hand, wordlessly reassuring her. If his peaceful way didn't work, he wouldn't blink an eye to slaughter the elders. Gaia had never begged him for something. But for the first time, she cried for his help. There was nothing he wouldn't do to find Adelia. He must find her. After all, Adelia wasn't just Gaia's mother but a founder and a member of his order. If she was alive, it was his responsibility as the Dark Lord to take care of his loyal followers. Besides, Adelia was family. After a couple of minutes, Saber returned to the hall. This time he wasn't alone. He had an elf dressed in a fancy noble dress with him. The elf looked terrified, and Michael could see the sweat beads on his forehead. "What happened?" Lenora asked Saber. She failed to hide the curiosity in her heart. I survived," the elf said, shivering. Except for Ingram, the other elders looked bewildered. Even the usually calm and composed Saber couldn't hide the excitement. His hand trembled, holding the vial with a few drops of golden liquid in it. Instead of answering, Saber appeared in front of Michael in a blink of an eye. He grabbed Gaia and Michael by his neck, lifting them up off the ground. Despite Saber's scrawny look, he was able to lift Michael and Gaia without breaking a sweat. "Tell me, where can I find more?" Saber loosened his grip just enough to let Michael barely utter the words. "Tell me about Adelia and agree to call off the death squad." If we don't get back to where we came from alive and unharmed, the potions are good as gone, Michael grinned. The information Michael had was crucial to the point that it could change the entire vampire's fate. In other words, Saber can't kill him even if he wishes to. Phase 1 of shocking the vampires with the potion had been completed. Next phase, get the protection of one of the elders and learn about Adelia. Chapter 660. The Blood Prince's punch. Saber clenched his fist. Seeing Saber lose his calmness stunned the others. Trista and Lenora had never seen Saber like this before, which led them to believe the potion really worked. To their surprise, Saber released the two of them. Michael and Gaia coughed, running their throats for a moment. It worked. Saber turned around and responded to everyone's curious looks. For a moment, Trista and Lenora couldn't believe what they had just heard. No matter how powerful they were, the sun was their ultimate bane. Even the elders were unable to survive the sunlight for a couple of minutes, let alone the minions. It was the only weakness they had besides primordial flames. At least with primordial flames, they could somehow kill the flame wielder. With the sun they had no choice. Hence, they never dared to step outside their castles during the day. "How many more do you have?" asked Saber. The others were kinda in shock to question Michael, except for Ingram. Michael couldn't read what was going on in Ingram's head. He remained without showing any signs of emotions on his face, as though the potion meant nothing to him. 20, said Michael. What stops us from killing you after you gave us the location? Finally, Lenora snapped out of her shock and questioned Michael. Nothing, Elder. But I'd rather die instantly than live looking over my shoulder my entire life. So here I am, taking a leap of faith, said Michael. Besides, I don't see any other way to find Adelia. The elder vampires took a few moments to weigh their options. Although they were brutal and cruel, they were not dumb. These vampires survived all these years by capitalizing on opportunities and working with valuable assets like Ghost. At this moment in time, the Ghost was far more valuable to them as alive than dead. Compared to the potion he gave them, the lives of two half-baked elder vampires and Puma who were stupid and weak enough to get killed was nothing. Moreover, Saber had other plans for Ghost. Saber looked at the others for a moment before nodding at Lenora. Finally, Lenora decided to share what she knew about Adelia with Ghost and Gaia. The one who put the hit on Adelia was Elder Kragan. He's dead. Gaia's heart skipped a beat. But the last time I heard, Adelia ventured into the treacherous ocean, searching for the wise dragon. If I were you, I'd start my search with that dragon. Lenora didn't bother to explain the dangers of venturing into the treacherous ocean. He was just a human. But since he had given them something crucial and asked them for their mercy, she would call off the death squad until he messes with her kind one more time. How do I know you're telling the truth and not leading us into a death trap? Asked Gaia. Lenora burst into laughter. You don't. But you have no choice either. This chapter upload first at NovelBin.net. If you want to read more chapters, please visit NovelNext.com to experience faster update speed. To Michael, Lenora didn't seem like she was lying. Plus, she had no need to lead them into a death trap. Once we retrieve the rest of the potions, I will call off the death squad. But make no mistake, if you ever kill one of my kind again, I will personally come for your life, Lenora threatened Michael. I will not dare to, Michael bowed slightly. Now the location? Asked Saber. Michael slowly moved his hand into his inner coat pocket, making no sudden movements. He was about to retrieve the parchment when a sudden thudding sound made the entire hall tremble. The torches were snuffed out by an invisible force. Darkness fell over them. Saber conjured an orb of light, sending it to hover over them. But the orb could hardly illuminate the place. Something sucked all the light, making the place gloomy. Everything went silent. HRRGGM. A demonic growl cut through the silence. Immediately, Michael's neck hair stood up. A powerful being just appeared in the hall. He sensed the being with his environmental scanning. However, Michael couldn't pinpoint the being's exact location. He tried to move but failed to do so. His body simply refused to move. The hall continued to tremble with each thud. Little by little, the thudding sounded closer and closer to them. Michael's nose twitched due to the overwhelming stink of blood in the air. The orb of light could hardly illuminate the place with its dim red flames. Michael glanced at the elders to see a bewildered look in their eyes. He quickly tried to access the spiders around the hall. To his shock, he sensed no spiders around them. Every single one got destroyed. Warning! 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 Suddenly, several red warning boxes blocked his vision. The system screamed inside his voice. Michael was about to teleport away from the place when he saw a hulking figure step out of the darkness. The figure was gigantic, red, and muscular to the point any oblivious man would be terrified to even look at it. Even the elders looked puny in front of the towering 8-feet humanoid monster. 2 dark horns protruded out of each side of the monster's head. The figure looked like the embodiment of the word demon. The figure snarled, revealing its 2 long fangs. Blood Prince! Michael heard Trista take a step back, sweating from head to toe in utter fear. System! Michael immediately shouted at the system in his mind. At the same time, the Blood Prince dashed at Michael, destroying the stone table between him and Michael. Unfortunately, the Blood Prince's speed was beyond the limits of Michael and everyone in the room. Even the system wasn't fast enough to teleport Michael in time. As a result, the Blood Prince was able to punch Michael in the chest just before Michael disappeared from the hall. Teleportation. Humph, the Blood Prince snickered. His voice resembled the voice of the Dark Lord but several times more demonic, evil, and threatening. The Blood Prince snapped his finger as the orb conjured by Saber shattered into pieces. Once again, pitch-black darkness surrounded them. Usually, vampires could see in darkness. However, the darkness created by the Blood Prince blocked their vision, blinding them completely. No. A sudden scream from Lenora stunned the elders. Her scream was abruptly cut short as they all heard the sound of flesh getting ripped apart. The elders weren't strangers to this eerie sound. But when it happened to one of them, they all trembled in fear. After a while, silence returned to the hall. The elders remained until the torches around them flickered. Finally, a torch lit up, and when it did, the elders almost screamed in terror. This chapter upload first at Novelbin. Net the Blood Prince sat on a throne where Michael and Gaia were. He was gnawing on a big piece of meat that resembled a human thigh. Their hearts pounded against their chests. Slowly, their gazes swept across the Blood Prince. In his hand was a head, Lenora's head. Blood trickled down from Lenora's neck. Welcome to the new age of Nightwalkers. The Blood Prince crushed Lenora's head with his bare hand. It created a sickening crunch followed by a burst of evil laughter. The system immediately teleported Michael and Gaia to the Mazeroth Castle grounds. The force of the Blood Prince's punch sent them flying even after appearing in the castle ground. They both hit the ground, crashing through the grass field for a few minutes, until they came to a halt. Gaia jumped back to her feet since she wasn't hurt. As soon as she got to her feet, she looked at her side to make sure Michael was all right. To her shock, he was on the ground, shaking. His chest smoked as though someone had set fire to his clothes. Human! Gaia screamed. Her knees turned to jelly as she collapsed to the ground beside Michael. One could clearly see the large fist on Michael's chest. The Blood Prince's fist left a clear burning mark on his chest. Furthermore, the wound ate through Michael's skin. Gaia noticed Michael spurting a dark foam out of his mouth. Sudden panic clenched her heart. She emptied a bunch of healing potions into his mouth, hoping they would heal him. However, the healing potion had no effect on Michael. Even after emptying the 3rd bottle into his mouth, his chest still smoked, radiating a strong scent of burning flesh. Professor Steinmeier. Gaia's head jerked aside to see Gilrine. When he noticed Michael on the ground, the smile on his face froze. He rushed at Michael. What happened to him? Gilrine panicked. I don't know. I found him like this. Gaia didn't even know how she was able to answer Gilrine. Her mind was blank in shock. We need to get him to the infirmary. Now. Gilrine took Michael in his arms and stood back to his feet. Gaia didn't see any other choice. They were about to turn around when Gaia saw another figure stepping out of the darkness. With the long black robes and hair, Professor Lane blended in with the night like a chameleon. Professor Lane! Gilrain shouted. Professor Lane came to Gilrain's side. Oh my God! Professor Lane mumbled under his breath. The infirmary cannot save him. Bring him to my office now, Professor Lane instructed Gilrain. For the first time, Gilrain heard Professor Lane show a slight fear in his voice. Gilrain did not waste any time as he ascended into the air. What's happening to him? Gaia couldn't control the tears from flowing out of her eyes. Blood Prince, Professor Steinmeier. He was punched by a Blood Prince. You don't happen to know that, right? Professor Lane questioned her expressionlessly. Professor! Gilrain's shout saved Gaia. They quickly looked up at Gilrain to see Michael's body frantically shaking. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.